everyone. Thank you so much for all of you. Thank you so much for coming. I'm not going to say anything yet, but I'm going to invite our dean to give the first welcome for the conference. Dr. Sten Vermont is our dean.
A super fun part of my job is when we have creative thinkers like Tassos and Vasilis who bring quite unique and unusual opportunities to our school. Is there any crisis bigger than the crisis of diet, nutrition, obesity, diabetes in the world today? Maybe global climate change, but other than that, I think that's number one. We have diet tied to cancer, tied to heart disease, tied to pretty much all the non-communicable diseases, and I have been doing infectious diseases my whole career, and I just glanced at my own oeuvre last night, and I have 5 or 6 papers on specifically the relationship of nutrition and infectious disease risk. So regardless of what you do in the field of health, you better be concerned about nutrition as the backbone of a healthy life. Olive oil. You're not going to get me talking about olive oil. I'm not an expert. I need to turn to my olive oil sommelier, Tassos, to guide me on that topic. But olive oil is a backbone of the Mediterranean diet, and those of you who've been following the literature, there was a very large definitive study suggesting the Mediterranean diet was a substantial contributor to positive health outcomes. Then there was a huge controversy about some methodological limitations. Then there was a big reanalysis of the data, and they came to the same conclusion. Perhaps one of you will talk about that today. But having a symposium like this that brings nutritionists, epidemiologists, statisticians, folks who are in the food industry, folks who are in the olive oil industry, folks who are in the environmental sciences field, to me is just brilliant. And it's going to be an exciting day. Ultimately, what Yale School of Public Health would love to do is to partner with a number of you to think about a serious olive oil center, the Yale Center for Olive Oil. Usually centers are not quite that specific, but olive oil has many research questions yet unanswered. It's very hard to do nutritional epidemiology research, having done some of it myself. How to disaggregate the impact of one food product when food is consumed in food groups. It's not easy. The notion that some oils are reasonably healthy for you, even a necessary part of life. Other oils are really quite toxic. I read about the oils that are used in the movie theaters and popcorn as one of the worst oils you could possibly have, and I've foregone the popcorn butter for the last 30 years. It was painful because it tastes really good, but you know, good health. But olive oil is really on the positive list as far as we know. But what could it be used for in a broader way? So Rafi Taherian is our Associate Vice President in charge of Yale Hospitality. Rafi is one of these visionary thinkers, a guy who comes from, you know, dietetic background and hospitality background, food preparation, industrial scale food preparation, and yet you talk to him, you might think he's running a health food store. He's the kind of guy who is looking out for the lifelong food patterns of our students, of the food that our staff and faculty consume, and he's thinking completely out of the box about how to maximize the educational value of food that's served at Yale. He's part of a big consortium with major universities around the United States that is promulgating healthy foods. So without further ado, Rafi is going to take it from here. Thank you.
subject matter expert in olive oil also. But I want to offer my very, very warm welcome on behalf of Yale Hospitality. And I want to thank Dean Vermont and Professor Vasilio and my friend Tassos for giving us this opportunity to be part of this event. It goes without saying that I fundamentally believe this is going to be an amazing opportunity for Yale University and for us in Yale Hospitality. I took a nutrition class when I was in college, and I remember when I I was analyzing a recipe, and I was supposed to reduce the number of calories in that recipe. And my professor told me, well, that's easy. Start taking it out of the olive oil. Reduce the olive oil, that's the easiest way actually to reduce the number of the calories in that recipe. She was right, because as we all know, for every gram of the oil, there's 9 calories, and the other 2, protein and carbs, they're worth only 4. And so that was the easiest way actually to get the calories out. And that was a mistake that we made for so many years, for 20, 30 years. Nutritional scientists and people that they were advising us in the world of the hospitality, they were telling us, take the oil out. We now know that that was a major mistake we made for decades, and we're paying a hefty price for it. About 10 years ago, in Yale Hospitality, we made a decision to start moving toward a Mediterranean diet menu planning and menu engineering. And we did so because we wanted to bring more plants at the center of the plate, more plants in plant-based options, and more plant-forward approach for our students and for our campus community. We made a decision that in about 10 years we're going to increase our produce consumption by 100%. Okay? Now, this was a very ambitious goal, and we did not know how we're going to be doing it. So the very first step that we approached was to look at those countries that they do use a lot of produce and plant-based options in a very easy way. And it wasn't difficult, and to do it, by the way, in a very seductive way. To do it in a way that they're not forcing themselves on people, but people that actually love to eat that kind of food. It wasn't difficult for us to identify Mediterranean countries as a good platform for us to start. So we now have we have a lot of numbers that we can actually go through, but I'm not going to do that today. Over the last 9 years, we have increased our produce consumption for our students by 43.2%. We're the #1 campus dining in terms of serving legumes. The increase that we have had in nuts and in whole grain is just tremendous. It's been fantastic. We support our regional produce when it's available. We buy sustainable fish from New England, and we buy fish from Alaska, Alaska salmon. And we do all of this when actually our student satisfaction has gone up off the chart. Our students are extremely happy with these choices. We're not forcing down olive oil to our students, or we are not forcing down Mediterranean diet. Mediterranean diet is extremely delicious and very much accepted by our diverse student body. Now, come down to olive oil. Last year, we served 7,000 gallons of olive oil in Yale Hospitality. That's about 1.3 gallons of olive oil per student. Now here's the thing. In America, the average consumption of olive oil is 1.1 liter per capita. So we're about 4.8 times average in our country, okay? Now you compare that against the consumption of olive oil in Greece and Spain and Italy, okay? Well, we're not there. I don't know if you're ever going to get there. But it's worth trying for us. And this is something that we are working toward. And then last year, actually this last summer, we hosted a Mediterranean Diet Roundtable on campus. And we provided further opportunity for our students and campus community to learn more about Mediterranean diet. And we had 4 ambassadors from Spain, from Greece, from Italy, and from Cyprus coming on the stage talking about Mediterranean products and how commerce and how opening of these products in America would not only be good for us, but it would be good for them, and it would be good for the health of everyone else. So I don't want to take too much time. I just want to let you know that how excited we are to be part of this event. Olive oil is what we love, in our organization, and we will be delighted to be partner also in incubating ideas. If you like us to research anything for you, we will be happy, because we have our students being on our campus for 4 years, and they're a captive audience for any kind of testing. So take us into your consideration, and thank you very, very much. Welcome to the
Thank you so much, and we will take advantage. I think that's a great cohort to have the students of Yale. Before I start my talk, I really would like to thank all of you, especially for those who came out of Connecticut and of course out of the country. And I would really like to invite the mayor of Delphi to just give us a welcome to the conference. Mayor? Needless to say that we will have a description of that olive grove from Delphi, which is one of the most prototype olive groves, but here's the mayor to give you a welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Out of the program, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your invitation, especially Mr. Liakidis and Mr. Vasiliou. As the mayor of the municipality of Delphi, I am honored to represent a historical territory of Greece, a unique land of mid-history, and also nowadays, Mr. Chairman, a region very famous, at least in Greece and in the Mediterranean, for its olive grove, the olive grove of Delphi, or as it's also known, the olive grove of Amphissa, which is our capital city. It's the same thing. And me and my vice mayors who are present here will stay these days in your symposium. We'll listen the suggestions, and we'll discuss with you and the professors of the University of Thessaly and of Athens, which are with us, the possibility of focusing with your cooperation to the Delphi olive grove, which is a rare combination of a productive olive region, which is your symposium theme, and also it symbolizes the Delphic olive grove, symbolizes a very important ancient and also modern civilization and culture. So I wish you good luck to the symposium, and we'll be here to listen and to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, and it's my turn. One of the things that I should remind also myself, we should try to stay on time, because we want to have dinner sometime. So Tassos here with some signs, and I'm going to try to on. So, we heard already some comments, and I really like to tell you that the idea started from Tassos, and I grasped the opportunity. I said, this is environmental health, this is public health, and of course there is always a passion to that. Of course, Tassos and I were Mediterraneans, Cypriot and Greek, these two, it's a deadly combination actually. But I want to start this, and if I go to tears, I apologize. I'd like to dedicate this to my father and my brother, which I lost them within 3 years that I came here to Yale. And this is a symbolic picture that you can see both of them breaking olive oil. I mean, collecting olives for the olive oil. This is actually an olive grove that small one, very small one that we own in Greece. Anyway, but before I go to that, thank you. So the mayor of Delphi talked about the ancient grove, and I appreciate that, and it's actually an amazing thing. I want to show you this picture because this tree, this olive tree that you see, it's been estimated to be 2,500 years old. This is in my, do we have the pointer somewhere? Anyway, this olive tree it has a perimeter of 11 meters, okay? This is since the ancient times, as I said, and it's now brought to this, and this is the candidate mayor of my island of Evia. I mean my island, the island that I come from, and this is actually in Artemisio, right here. By the way, Istia is my hometown, right here is where I come from. So, why we're here and what we're doing? I want to give a few slides just to introduce the meaning of the public health, the definition of public health, which, by the way, it was given by the Yale Public Health founder, which is Winslow, and that actually this auditorium is named after Professor Winslow. So the definition is the science and art of preventing disease, prolonging life, promoting health through the organized efforts and informed choices of society, organization, public and private communities and individuals. First of all, I'd like to tell you that this definition was given 150 years ago. It's still the same, hasn't changed. So it's still the same, and it fits perfectly to the purpose of our symposium here. That's what we're here to discuss. What are the cases for the olive oil? So our School of Public Health, it started earlier as just one department of School of Medicine, and right now we're a fully school. Our dean gave you the first welcome, and right now we have 5 departments: biostatistics, chronic disease epidemiology, environmental health epidemiology and microbial sciences, health policy and administration, and social and behavioral sciences. And we also have 2 programs, which one is the health management, and this is the global health concentration. As you can see here, our dean introduced the Yale Institute for Global Health a couple of months ago, so we have an established institute at Yale, and that talks about global health. On the next slide, what I want to show you is the Yale International, the YSPH international collaborations that we have. This is a map. Of course, Greece is also there. Is that working? Yeah, we have, hold on, it's Greece right here. So we have collaborations. Yale School of Public Health has a lot of collaborations. So the center here is another example of what we do in terms of collaboration, and our belief is innovation through collaboration. This is our school logo. So my department mission, the mission of my department is to advance scientific knowledge on environment and health through research in the fields of epidemiology, toxicology, and so on, education, which is really important, and we need to educate a new generation of scientists and public health leaders that they can design science-based solution, and so on. But we also give very big emphasis to community engagement. And this multidisciplinary research involves collaboration across YSPH, through Yale, and across the world. Why I'm saying that? Because everything, and you will see, we would like a center to have some similar kind of mission, which we will discuss in great details tomorrow in the groups. But we would really like to have research education and also community engagement. Our role as public health is to inform people about the good and the bad things. So what we were talking about before about epidemiological studies, or we were talking about using the Yale students as a cohort. It's true, and we will talk about, throughout the conference, you will see a lot. I just want to show you, last night I was preparing my talk, and I said, I'm going to search the PubMed, which is the National Library, and I searched with the olive oil as a term. It turns out that we have 10,000 publications, and the first publication started in 1890, and with one publication. So up to here, we have about 600 publications per year. The 18 is not done yet, and the 19 actually, it already has some publication. So what I'm trying to tell you is there is a lot of interest in terms of olive oil, and especially after a lot of things that happened. I'm just going to give you an example, and I'm not going to go against butter, but it is well known. It is well known that in Finland, and actually we had this discussion with Harry Vainio, and the heart attacks, the increase of the high incidence of cardiovascular disease was mostly due to high fat consumption that they were doing. And of course, many nations have now changed this adaptation. Although, there are a lot of different diets, we can go on and on. But the whole idea here is that the olive oil research is going on. We're talking about health benefits, and we can discuss, and I can go on and on. So the purpose of this symposium is to engage researchers, academic centers, as well as industry and associations working in olive oil space in order to establish a center for olive oil. The aim of the center is to advance scientific knowledge on olive oil and health through research, education, and community engagement. We have to, this is what we want. We want further research. We want more epidemiological studies. We want more systems approaches. We want really to talk about authenticity and so on, and I will tell you more of that. But research is one. Education. We need to educate. I mean, we heard about the students, and we need to know. We need to really introduce the nutrition, or the olive oil, into the nutrition teaching and in the teaching curricula. And most importantly, community engagement. Okay, this is very, very important. So, multidisciplinary research and collaboration through Yale University and around the world is one of the purposes of the center. And the mission is to promote and coordinate rigorous studies and research to olive oil to affect the investigation and dissemination of its health benefits. Of course, everything can change throughout this. The structure of the center, as we have discussed with Tassos, and I want to grasp the opportunity and thank Dimitris Kouretas, which is our third partner in this effort. We have discussed the possible structure of such a center, which is first going to include the chemistry, and that will have mass spectrometry and metabolomics and foodomics. Emphasis will be given on the quality and authenticity. I want to remind you, 2 years ago we had that crisis with the Italian olive oil that was through NPR and all the news and CNN, which was especially on authenticity and of course the quality. We want to create a core for human health, nutrition, and also the education as a discussion. Agronomy and agriculture, unfortunately we didn't get a lot of people from our agriculture department here because they were traveling, but we would like to bring people from Greece, from Yale, from United States to this, and we also want to bring the companies to discuss about innovation, entrepreneurship, and also development of an industry and foundation, relationships and partnerships. So all this is the purpose of this meeting, of this conference, this symposium, is to structure essentially the center and how we see it. Of course, I can go on and on and on, and I can start telling you the effects of olive oil on diabetes, the effects of olive oil on atherosclerosis, protective effects. I just want to bring you 2 papers that they came out in the Journal of Nature, which I think are fundamental, and I think that's an area of research that we should go to. This was published in a couple of months earlier, I think it was July. Diet boosts cancer drug effectiveness, and I'm going to read that to you. A drug that slows cancer growth has been found to elevate the level of hormone insulin. The insulin rise lessens the drug effectiveness, but a diet that lowers insulin can increase the benefits of the therapy in mice. So this really opens the importance of the diet in chemotherapy. We're doing great. We have great results in terms of chemotherapy. Are we there here to treat every cancer? No. What can we do to influence that? And I think diet is one post, and a lot of groups now, they're looking at that. So there were the two papers back to back in Nature. One was the suppression of insulin enhances the efficacy of the PIK3 inhibitors. And of course there was this, that histidine catabolism is a major determinant of methotrexate sensitivity. So this is just an idea of where we should be focusing for future in terms of, contribution of olive oil and the nutrition to the effectiveness of chemotherapy. So with that, I don't want to take that much more time. I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank especially again Professor Kuretas for helping us. I want to thank Tassos, that was the soul of all this symposium. And this is a picture, I think that was before Sten came here, but but this is our school. And thank you very much, and we're looking forward to listen to all of your presentations and also working with you. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to invite Tassos for the...
Thank you, Vasilis. While I'm switching on my presentation, and yes, he did work until late last night because I got his presentation at like 10:30 or something, and I had to put it on my slides. First of all, let me welcome everybody from near and far, especially those who traveled a lot to come to this. And like Vasilis said, this was an idea that just came out of the blue, sort of. I was in his office one day, I think in January or February, and I said, you know what, we got to do something about olive oil. And he's like, what are you talking about? Next thing I know, we're talking about coffee beans and other stuff. And in 20 minutes, he brings Damaris and Donna from his office, and we're planning the symposium. And they thought we're crazy, but here we are a few months later, and I'd like to thank everybody who's coming to attend this. And like Dean Vermont said, our school is a school that embraces collaboration and innovation through collaboration. So just to use an analogy, we want to break down silos, we want to open the groves to everybody to contribute to this. So from a personal note, this is sort of a coming back sort of full circle for me. As a little kid, my favorite field trip was to an olive press. And that smell that I would sort of meet as I walked in was something that stuck in my head. Well, little did I know that 40 years later, I would find out that that smell was the smell of defective olive oil, fusty olive oil, the olive tapenade that you smell. And thanks to some people here who taught me that a couple of years ago, Nick Coleman and Curtis Court from the Olive Oil School in New York. So before I start my brief comments, thank you to Damaris and Donna, who are not here, and Denise, who's running the show behind the scenes on our websites, our live webcast. And if you want to tweet, there's the tweet there. Spread the word. I think this is a very exciting initiative we're embarking on, and I'd like to thank you all. And a budding idea like this needs support. It needs support to take hold, to succeed, and to enhance this idea. We have to have a center that has these 4 core teams, at least now that's what we're envisioning, and we can get into discussion about how to shape these centers. But as you can see, they're all, there's an interplay between these 4. They're not meant to function separately, because everything affects everything else. Illumination comes from different sources and should be allowed through these symposium work groups we're going to try to launch tomorrow. And what you'll be asked to do in the work groups is basically think of this from where you're coming from the olive oil world, and where you function. What are the current challenges, the suggested solutions? Because I always tell my students, don't bring me problems, just bring me solutions with the problems. So we have to think hard about those issues. How do we deal with them? What's the future vision in the context of what Dean Berman and Vasilis mentioned? How can an olive oil center like this support what you do, and how can you help the olive oil center? We view this as an umbrella where we can partner with people all over the world to move this, the ideas and the benefits of olive oil in whatever capacity you want to think about it, so we can move this along further than we've come so far. So I ask that we keep our focus on this magnificent tree, its fruit, and its juice. So I'd like to thank you again, and I hope you have a very productive and enjoyable symposium here. If there's anything we can do while you're here, let us know. We're pleased to host a lot of people. Some of you I know, some of you I know through email and conversations on the phone. I'm looking forward to continue the discussion for many years to come. So welcome, and I will invite now, one thing that I'm going to mention, because we have a very tight schedule, I could not think of not having 21 presentations, because everybody who wanted to present was a fascinating topic. So because of that, we're going to skip presentations of every presenter, because that would take me a couple of minutes just to go through a very brief CV. So in your packets, you'll find the brief bios of everybody who's presenting. So, and the agenda outlines them, and we put them in order. So feel free to browse through those as we go through the presentations. So I'd like to invite Joseph Profaci to start us off. And without further ado, we're kicking off our presentations.
Thank you, Pastor.
I think we can do that.
It's your thing. Okay, I'd like to, can you hear me okay? Is this microphone working? Okay.
It's not working.
I can speak loud. Thank you to Dr. Skiriakides and Vasiliou and to Dr. Sterman for hosting this fantastic gathering of experts from around the world. I feel privileged and honored to be here. My name is Joseph Profaci. I'm the Executive Director of the North American Olive Oil Association. North American Olive Oil Association is a not-for-profit organization of olive oil marketers. So our organization represents approximately 2/3 of all of the olive oil consumed in the United States, and more than 85% of the branded, proprietary branded olive oil sold in the United States to consumers. Our mission is to promote the consumption of olive oil, plain and simple, and all types of olive oil. And we do this by communicating olive oil's health benefits, its flavor profiles, and its usages, and it's what we like to call its culinary versatility. Our members are committed to quality, and that means meeting or exceeding the standards set by the International Olive Council, and that goes again for all olive grades. So this is a slide, shows some of the brands that are within our organization. So the title of my presentation today is The Future of Olive Oil in the United States. And the future of olive oil in the United States really depends on consumer education. And what I mean by this is two things, basically. The first is eradicating consumer confusion about olive and secondly, informing consumers about the health benefits and usages of olive oil. So I want to give a little bit of a background here, and it was interesting, the slide that Vasilia showed us earlier of the studies that were have been written in the MedPub. In 1984 was the second publication of the 7-country study, and this, for us, for our industry, really was the beginning of the olive oil boom. Because I would say my father was one of the initial importers of extra virgin olive oil in the United States. This was in the 70s. In the 1970s, extra virgin olive oil was essentially not even a thing in the United States. Olive oil usage was basically an ethnic product up to this point. And it really was the publication of the 7-country study that kicked off the boom in interest in olive oil throughout the country. There was, I think it was 1978 when my father first became a partner with the Colavita olive oil company in Italy. And within a few years, he struggled trying to get people to taste extra virgin olive oil, to understand what it was. But he made some inroads, mostly through food service. That's where the chefs understood and knew what extra virgin olive oil was. And then gradually it started showing up on restaurant tables. And then I think it was about 1984, I think, when this was studied, this was published, and then it was picked up by the New York Times. Big splash in the food section of the New York Times had an array of olive oil bottles, including Colavita. So it was one of those stories of, you know, being in the right place at the right time, very fortunate. So, so starting with this boom in 1984, an interest and surge of importers coming into the United States with olive oil, the market started to grow and expand from being an ethnic product to now a specialty product. I would say the next big milestone in the boom of olive oil sales in this country was the publication of the Mediterranean Diet Pyramid. This came in 1994. It was an answer to the somewhat nonsensical USDA diet pyramid that had come out a couple of years before. And the publication of the Mediterranean Diet Pyramid spawned a whole generation of cookbooks and recipes, and really the development of not just olive oil, but a way to use it, and this was in the Mediterranean diet. And as this awareness of olive oil grew, and olive oil became more popularized, and as an example of Rachel Ray, who claims to have coined the term EVOO, olive oil became mainstream, and it moved into the supermarkets, and extra virgin olive oil was everywhere. So these were, you know, this is all part of the boom, right? So this was in the early 90s with Rachel Ray. So I want to share some statistics from the organization showing this is import data, and you can see the steady incline of imports here. Now this is just 15 years. If you go back further, the increase is even more substantial. But what I'd like you to focus on here is that this is really, when you look at this, it looks good, but if you look more closely, it's not as good as it looks. I'm not very good with charts, so I printed this out and I marked it up. Let's look at the last several years. The last several years, we're seeing flatlining, maybe even a slight decline in imports. Now, part of that, you could say, is because of the growth of the California industry, but if you look at the first 10 years here, from 2002 to 2012, we're showing an increase in about 10 metric tons per year of growth. The entire California industry has, I think the most they've ever produced is 15,000 metric tons. So we are, there's something wrong. And some people are suggesting that, is it possible that we peaked here in consumption in the United States? I'm sure that's not the case. Household penetration in the United States is around 40%. So we've got 70 million households that are not using olive oil. What are we going to do to increase that? And we have to find a way. So part of the way to do that is figure out why is it not growing anymore? So if we look at the dates when this trend stopped growing, 2010, 2011. So in 2010, 2011, what happened? UC Davis issued its report on the quality of olive oils in the United States being sold in supermarkets in California. So this report, for those of you who are, I'm sure mostly everyone is familiar with it, but it was a report by the UC Davis Olive Center. The Olive Center's mission is to promote the sales of California olive oil. So that's clear. And I don't want to get into a debate about the merits of this study, how it was conducted. Let's just deal with the fact that it exists. It was paid for by the California olive oil industry, and the results were kind of staggering, right? You're probably most of it all familiar with the 68% conclusion that the extra virgin olive oils that were tested were not extra virgin olive oil. And the interesting thing here is when you read the report carefully, you can understand that 68% failed the organoleptic test, which was done by a taste panel in Australia. But the way the report was worded, it left open the possible conclusion that these oils were adulterated. And there was absolutely no evidence in the reports that they were adulterated. There were they did two studies, one in 2010, one in 2011. After the first one was criticized for some of the methodologies we used, they repeated it. I think in the second report, they found one oil out of 170 tested that was questionable in terms of adulteration. But the way the report was worded, it left open the possibility that these were fake olive oils. So what happens? The report was used to generate publicity. So this is a sampling of the stories quoting the UC Davis study from last year. It was just a small sample. There are thousands of news reports, blog posts, clickbait stories. It's been a total success or disaster, depending on your point of view. It's ironic that the testing was done in 2010 and 2011, and we're still seeing these stories citing the study from 2010, 7 years later. So, if you can see it down at the bottom, we have a statistic that, and we track all these, negative stories about olive oil. Nearly 2/3 of them in mainstream news coverage, mainstream media, about fake or fraudulent olive oil refers to the UC Davis reports. So we feel very strongly that the decline in consumption, or at least certainly the decline in the growth of olive oil's acceptance in the United States is attributable to the negative news that's creating confusion in the marketplace among consumers. And just last year, we read about a economic thesis that was published in Nebraska that basically proved our hypothesis. 100 consumers were asked to put a value on different brands of extra virgin olive oil. After reading an article, then the author of the study gave each of the consumers an article about olive oil fraud. So they gave them actually an oil, let's see, one from Italy, one from Greece, and one from the United States. And they asked them to arbitrarily put a value on the oils. Then after some time, they gave them an article about olive oil fraud, specifically Italian olive oil fraud. And after reading the article, they asked them to revalue the oils. All of the oils, as you would expect, the Italian oil, of course, was devalued most, but all of the oils were devalued. So what it establishes is that the entire category is damaged by negative news about the industry. So this is where we are. This is where we find our industry today. So in 2016, the 60 Minutes report broadcast, and for the industry, this was kind of a galvanizing moment. Again, the story was, let's call it some irresponsible journalism, an overstatement and conflation of different ideas and issues. Is there an issue of concern about quality and fraud? Of course there is. There has been since the days the Greeks and Phoenicians were trading in olive oil, and the ancient Greeks. But this was hugely damaging to the industry. So it was at this point that our association was spurred to action and to create a strategic plan. It was really within 2 months of that broadcast that our strategic plan was created. As you can see, it has 3 basic branches: defending against the attacks, science and standards, and this is promotion of quality, and then communications of the health and benefits of olive oils. As defend against attacks is that's a short-term, we hope, branch. Hopefully we can lop that one off eventually, but that was the most critical. So the immediate action items in our strategic plan were threefold: to stop false and misleading attacks on the category. How would we go about doing this? Well, we have a very aggressive campaign of writing to journalists who misquote the UC Davis studies or make other false statements about olive oil. And it even came down to filing lawsuits. So Dr. Oz, you may have seen the Dr. Oz episode right around this time, 2016, where he invited in an oleologist to taste 5 samples of extra virgin olive oil that he bought in the supermarket. And he said, well, you know, UC Davis, or the reports say that 80% is fake, so can you tell me, you know, what do you taste these, what do you think? And she tasted 4 oils, and she concluded that 4 of them were fake. So anyone in the industry knows you cannot test an olive oil by taste alone and determine that it's fake. So this was clearly, you know, over the line and defamation of the entire category of olive oil. So that was the basis of that lawsuit, which was eventually settled. Eradicating consumer confusion. There is tremendous consumer confusion in the United States. Largely, we would put forth because of the negative news that's everywhere, but also because it's not a product that's familiar to the American culture. I mean, those of you who are not from the United States, if you have a chance to go into a supermarket and stand in an olive oil aisle and watch as consumers come in and try to figure out what to do, what to buy, it's sad. So how we propose to do this, we created a new website, a new blog, but the main focus of this step was to try to create promote a standard of identity within the United States, because the United States government does not have a national standard of identity for olive oil. And then finally was to educate consumers about the benefits of olive oil. And it's this third prong, actually it's this third prong, but also this science and standards prong of our total strategy that led us to include in the strategic plan a concept for a university-based olive oil center. So when Tasos, when I learned about this and I had an initial conversation with Tasos, I explained we are totally in favor of something like this, and we'll do whatever we can to help promote it and help get it off the ground. In 2016, we started an initial effort talking to some universities that have done olive oil research to get an idea of what it would take to make this a reality. I'm sorry we didn't come to Yale, but you know, here we are. We're here now. It's more important. But this was our idea of what this center should be like, which is very similar to the slides that we've seen earlier. It should be cross-disciplinary, nutrition, medicine. It'd be great where there's a hospital at the university, culinary arts even would be great. Biannual symposium on olive oil nutrition. We should offer training and teaching opportunities. Actually, I'm supposed to be clicking these things. And to conduct independent research on olive oil. And I think to establish, there should be a director at the center. And we'd like to see that director as a go-to expert on olive oil in the United States. So, in the initial discussions we had about this topic, there were 2 main concerns that I think have to be overcome. And one is to have a substantial and sustainable source of funding. This is an ambitious project. It's going to cost a lot of money. So getting the funding is one thing. The second, I think, is also insulating the center from any claims of industry bias and concern. So those are the 2 points that kept coming up in the conversations that we had, and I think will be subject to some of the discussions we can have in workshop. But to wrap it up now, we do need to keep focused on really what is at stake here, and we have a population that's in dire need of dietary correction. Study recently done through Exponent in Massachusetts. Carolyn Stafford did this study. If even 20% increase in the adherence to the Mediterranean diet could be established in the United States, is the potential to save more than $20 billion a year in direct and indirect costs associated with 10 major health outcomes. So, you know, a lot of us here are here because we love olive oil. A lot of people are here because, you know, like members of my association, we make a living off of olive oil. But there's a greater good at stake here, and it is the health of our public. And so, with that, I'll close, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. I think setting the stage for the discussions to follow. And as Joe said, this is a matter of, shows timing is everything. We called Joe and he's like, well, we've been thinking about this as an association, and here we are a few months later. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, and since this is live broadcast, webcast, I'm going to take a couple of questions so we get back on schedule. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand, and we'll entertain a couple of questions for anything about the symposium or any of what you've heard so far. I got two. Yes.
Right. So it's a question for Joseph. So I was wondering, you mentioned it briefly, but you didn't give us any details. Can you talk a little bit about what you do to ensure that at least your members do adhere to some standards?
Sure.
And the olive oils that you represent are not?
Sure. Happy to do that. In fact, we've been revamping our quality control standards for our members. First of all of our members agree that they have to abide by the IOC standards for the sale of their olive oils. And we as an association do testing of random testing of our members' oils. On top of that, we have a quality seal program that we instituted. The quality seal program is voluntary and it costs more money, but it allows us to test 2 or 3 times a year their oils, and it's licensed by not just brand, but by type. So it's very specific, and so we do that as well. And within the we just revamped our labeling guidelines to make sure that we're avoiding confusing or misleading statements on labels, such as the imported from issue, which we totally agree is misleading and could cause of confusion for consumers. And we are requiring our members to include a best buy date on their labels, even though it's not required by law, and that it could be no more than 2 years. So, yeah, there are a lot of steps we're taking to push quality, make sure our membership, which is, as I said, represents 85% of the olive oil sold in branded supermarkets, that we get the quality where it needs to be and make it reliable.
Yes, thanks so much for a great talk. You mentioned the standard of identity, and that made me think of a scientific means of defining olive oil, extra virgin olive oil. Have you come across any research, molecular research, lab research on what defines olive oil and extra virgin?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So the question has to do with the standard of identity, and I had mentioned that there is no standard of identity for olive oil in the United States. There is throughout the olive oil producing world, mostly, except for in the United States. There are a few states that have them, and the few states in our country that have them are based on the International Olive Council's standards for the most part. California's a little different and a little strict in some ways and others. So, but no, we're not creating something out of whole cloth here. We're basing the standard on existing standards around the world.
You brought a very, very important question And we're gonna have Dr. Duncan later on today to talk us a little bit about proposals about that. So, yes, it is a matter how we can create a signature of detecting authenticity and originality and things like that. So I think that would be addressed. My quick question to you, I know Mike ran a little bit over. Your association represents the North American, the Californian olive oil production.
No,
No?
actually.
It's okay, but I mean,
No, it's not, yeah.
for the center, is your association seeing the center, you know, as a bigger effort and your guys be willing to work with us on that?
We're certainly willing to work with you on this. If, you know, to the extent we can. The North American Olive Oil Association, when it was created back in the 80s, there's really wasn't much of a domestic industry to talk
Right.
about. And so it was called North American because we covered Canada and the
Yeah,
United
yeah.
States, but it was basically the import community.
Right,
in the
because we're
association.
gonna include, you know, in addition to Greece, Cyprus, we're gonna include Spain, Portugal.
Yeah,
and-
Spain, of course, is, you know,
Okay.
Spain, and though many may not know this, but Spain's olive oil production exceeds the combined totals of Italy, Greece, and Tunisia together. And by a lot. So Spain is certainly a big part of the discussion.
I don't know, do we have time?
One more last question.
Yes?
Is fraud a actual fact-based analysis, or is it a market perception?
Well, it depends on, excuse me, it depends on how you define fraud. And this is part of the problems I have to deal with in responding to stories about fraud. So is it fraud, for instance, if you sell an extra virgin olive oil that totally meets all standards when it's sold, and then it sits on a supermarket shelf, perhaps on the top shelf where it's exposed to light, and then it's taken off and it's tested, and it's tasted and it's bad? Is that fraud? Was that fraud on the behalf of the manufacturer or not? Right? So this is, that's a, other people would look at fraud as adulteration, right? You're mixing in seed oils, or you're putting something on a label that said you're calling it extra virgin, but you know you deodorized some of it or something, so it's really non-extra virgin. That's clearly, in my book, that's fraud. But I should point out that, you know, all of these stories, they don't go unnoticed by the government either. A couple of years ago, the FDA did a study in Washington, D.C. area. They selected 88 samples of extra virgin olive oil around DC supermarkets, and they tested them for authenticity, not quality, they tested them just for authenticity. They found no confirmed cases of fraud, of adulteration. Okay? So, you know, it's, again, to answer your question, it depends on what you mean. People can have different meaning, understanding of what constitutes fraud. Do we have time for one more?
Joe, it's not a question, I just wanted to comment. I'm John with Eurofins, and there's two concepts, I think, that are important. Commercially motivated fraud in the business, and that is economically motivated, yeah. And then there's labeling, mislabeling, or labeling issues, which, as you mentioned, the shelf life of a product may not allow it to maintain its integrity throughout the entire label life. And I agree, I don't believe that's a fraudulent practice, but I do think it's a poor quality practice that we need to grow.
Correct, absolutely, and it's part of what we're promoting to our bottles, and we want our members to have a reasonable basis to understand that the oil should keep its specs throughout the shelf life period. That's what we need to have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just to add to something that Vasily said, all the major countries are represented in some way or other here. We have the United States, we have Spain, Italy, Greece, Cyprus, and the idea is to include everybody who's involved in olive oil in some way or shape. So we just need to put some. So I'd like to invite Kimberly Holding next up for our presentation.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here on behalf of the domestic olive oil industry here in the U.S. My name is Kimberly Holding. I'm President and CEO of the American Olive Oil Producers Association. And what I hope to give you today is a little bit of a backdrop in terms of what our domestic production is, the state of the industry, and then talk about some of our domestic research partners that we've worked with as well. So the American Olive Oil Producers Association is the national trade association. We were founded in 2012. It was really a function of our farmers and our millers coming together and understanding that for us to both grow our domestic production as an industry as well as advocate on behalf of the industry, that we really needed to be unified. And so that was really the reason that we came together, at a grassroots level and developed this organization. Our mission is simple, and to promote fair trade practices and market access, promote the industry growth, as well as quality standards that all consumers can trust. We've already talked a little bit today about consumer trust, and we realize that that's an issue for us, whether it's imported or domestic produced. It impacts all of us, as Joe indicated in his presentation. Our vision for the industry, an olive oil industry which consumers can enjoy both the culinary and health benefits of olive oil with confidence, and our producers can have fair access to global markets. To achieve that, we have four main initiatives that we work on. In terms of a lot of our focus, it's on the national and international policy engagement level. I currently serve a 4-year term on the Agriculture Technical Advisory Committee, one of 6 committees that advises the USDA and U.S. trade representatives on policy matters when it comes to trade. So it's been a very busy year with some of the agreements that have been going on. We also realize that we need to collaborate, have communication, and work with other New World producers around the world that have some of the same trade challenges that we have. And so in 2016, we co-founded the World Olive Oil Trade Group with Chile and Australia associations, as well as South Africa has now joined us, which is a wonderful forum in which we can exchange information, ideas, and help address some of those challenges. And we also realize the need to bring together technical experts and do domestic research. So under the umbrella of National Olive Oil Research Forum, we work with a number of different partners, which I have at the bottom of the slide, with both state associations as well as different universities here. So the Olive Oil Commission of California, which actually sets the standard, recommended the standard for California Department of Food and Agriculture that was adopted in California, as well as conducts research and communicates about that standard. We have various state associations as well throughout the U.S., the California Olive Oil Council, the Texas Association of Olive Oil, Georgia Olive Growers Association, and Florida Olive Oil Council. And we've been able to work with the UC Davis Olive Center, Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, University of Georgia, as well as University of Florida. And the last item there is we also have a political action committee, which is also incredibly important as we work in the government affairs arena. In terms of government affairs and regulatory bodies in which we work at all levels with both international, federal, as well as the state level. With different levels of engagement with the EU, Codex Alimentarius, which is the international standard-setting body, World Customs Organization, World Trade Organization. I apologize, I know it's alphabet soup up here, but I'll run through them. And the International Olive Oil Council. Federally, a lot of our work is done through Congress as well as the administration. While we work with a number of different agencies, a lot of our work is within the USDA, U.S. Trade Representative's Office, and with the FDA as well. and then as needed to help support our various states working within the state legislature or departments of food and agriculture to help support that growth. Quick snapshot of where there's some level of production, or at least some trees that have been planted and exploring potential production. While we do have some level of production or trees planted within 9 states in the US, 98% of the industry still is within California, but we have a number of states that have some really exciting growth, especially as we look at Texas, some large plantings that have also gone into Georgia in the last few years. And yes, there's actually some production in Hawaii. So in terms of a quick overview, what we see as an expansion here in the US for our producers, 3 main reasons. Diversification of their farming portfolio for those that are diversified farmers. While we cannot have some of the same financial returns as some of the other crops, especially some of the nut crops we see in California, like almonds that have had very good years, or pistachios, we're starting to get there, and it's making more and more sense for our producers to go into olives for oil production. We also have water availability challenges, especially in California, so it may be a water management tool, as olives take less water than traditional tree nut crops, as well as there's some areas that we see have had issues, such as Florida with the citrus greening disease, where they need to look at other viable alternative crops. In terms of production, we have approximately 48,000 acres throughout the US, throughout those states. And the 2017 crop, we produced 8.8 million gallons approximately, with 45 mills across the US. We're the second largest market outside the European Union, so the US market is an incredibly important market, consuming approximately 91 million gallons. So unfortunately, Dan Flynn, with the executive director of the UC Davis Olive Center, couldn't be here today as he was attending an International Olive Council chemistry meeting in Spain, and asked for me to present on his behalf. So I'll be talking a little bit too about UC Davis, as well as the other institutions that I highlighted. And I should also say that under the National Olive Oil Research Forum umbrella, we've been able to bring together the universities I'll highlight today, operating under the USDA National Institute of Food and Agriculture Specialty Crop Research Initiative grant program. We successfully were able to get a planning grant to bring everybody together to talk about research priorities for the domestic olive oil industry, and we're currently planning a grant for hopefully the fall cycle to work with the different institutions. So the UC Davis Olive Center was established in 2008 with the motto of doing for olives what UC Davis did for wine. And they work within olive trees, fruit processing, product, consumer, sensory, and health research. And that's Dan Flynn. Earlier this year, they're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the center. The structure of the center is a 2-person staff plus faculty, research director. They have a flexible collaborative model. 60 faculty, 20 academic departments, 40 plus faculty researchers nationally, internationally, and they're self-supported with the work that they do. In terms of assets, they have 12 acres, 32 different varieties of olive trees, research laboratories. Research director Dr. Selena Wang also has faculty position with the Department of Food Science and Technology, and co-chairs Dr. John Newman and Dr. Louise Ferguson. In that 10-year span, they've delivered 150 research projects with orchard management, quality analysis, processing analysis, methods and standards, industry assessments, health and nutrition. And they've been a tremendous asset for the industry in terms of education, really elevating the national industry, providing short courses. In fact, last week they just wrapped up a master milling course, but do a number of short courses with growing, processing, sensory, culinary, and health that really draws people from around the world, and they provide some world-class education. They've also mentored over 100 students through their center. Internationally, they co-founded the World Olive Oil Center for Health, serve on the advisory committee for the Olive Wellness Institute. They're a collaborator with the U.S. Pharmacopoeia, have served as session chair for the Olive Chemists Society, and have had events with Culinary Institute of America, International Olive Council, and have agreements with the Pinos Olive Center of Greece and the University of Jaén in Spain. Beyond the UC Davis campus, the University of California system also offers a number of different assets and resources for us within the industry with the Division of Agriculture and Natural Resources. The olive and olive oil research extension resource that we have span 3 different university campuses, the Kearney Agriculture and Research Extension Service, as well as 11 cooperative extension agents, 6 specialists, and it spans over 10 counties throughout California with a number of different specialties from orchard management through irrigation. We've also worked with Texas, which is a growing industry, as I indicated earlier. Their focus really is on production sustainability. They have approximately 4,500 acres in Texas with 150 growers. They've received specialty crop block grants, looking at management practices, varietal selections, and orchard productivity issues. They've coordinated olive varietal trials and really have a focus right now on nutrition, drought resistance, cultivar performance, as well as site selection. University of Georgia, both through their College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences as well as the Extension Service, have assets very important to the industry. The Agriculture and Environmental Services Laboratory is an AOCS certified laboratory for the testing that's indicated that really provides some basic testing services that are incredibly important locally for the Georgia growing population. As well as the Extension Service, a lot of focus is with their specialist in the horticulture field, and they most recently have been working on pruning methods and the impacts of those pruning methods on the fruiting and the trees. And lastly, the University of Florida, they have 2 primary laboratories, both with Dr. Jennifer Gillette Kaufman's laboratory, who's an entomologist with much of her work in terms of pest surveys, vectors. She's put together a number of different publications, 9 different publications from 2014 through 2018. There's also the Thetford Williams Laboratory, in which there's more cultivar evaluation growing. They've put publications out as well, and generally University of Florida has had some publications in terms of olive oil extracts, health benefits, and preliminary trial results from some of their orchard varietal work. And they're looking at a possible new collaboration as well between the University of Cadiz and the University of Florida with olive mill waste. So with that as a with that as a backdrop for where we are as a domestic olive oil industry, what we were charged with in talking about today was what our expectations were in terms of the proposed Yale Olive Center. And I have to say I'm really excited to be connected and to be here and with all of you and to share our knowledge and learn from all of you and what this can be, because I think it can be incredibly special. Not just for our domestic industry, but looking at even the global industry. But from that expectation, my interpretation of that was what is going to best serve and drive our olive oil industry, and thinking about it from consumer to producer. And I come back to what's already been addressed today, but the domestic olive health research. I apologize, I just realized I might have skipped through. Touch on one thing before I get to that. I must have skipped through a slide. So one other thing from the consumer standpoint I wanted to touch on is what we're seeing in terms of U.S. consumers' trends and towards quality and health. The American Olive Oil Producers Association, along with Joe's Association, commissioned a consumer attitude and use study earlier this year This was for those consumers that are already consuming olive oil, but still within that category, I think it was encouraging to see both their usage as well as the information that they want. So we saw in that survey that 60% agree that olive oil is one of the healthiest cooking oils. 7 in 10 could regularly single out extra virgin olive oil as the healthiest, and almost half said that they would purchase even more olive oil if they learned about health benefits of olive oil that they didn't previously know. And what we also saw in the survey was that many of them could say that extra virgin olive oil and olive oil were healthy, but couldn't really identify some of the nuances and some of the deeper information. And so not only do I believe that we need additional health research with the domestic population, but also being able to communicate that in a meaningful way in which they can utilize that information in diet and also increase consumption and all those benefits. So when I see that as a backdrop to consumers want more health information. And with that, they've already indicated to us in our surveys and other surveys they've seen, they're going to increase consumption when they better understand those health benefits. It'll increase culinary enjoyment, and lastly, will also increase production demand. And we have a great deal of areas of growth, obviously, that we can have even domestically to fill that demand. And looking at the arena in which we operate and looking at the way that public and private partnerships can work together and looking at how the government can also assist us as we look forward. I think I'm really encouraged with some of the comments from the FDA. Earlier this year, they have released the Health Innovation for Safer Families, their strategic roadmap in January. That coupled with some comments from Dr. Gottlieb with the Commissioner of Food and Drugs, when he was talking about reducing the burden of chronic disease. Improvements in the diet and nutrition offer us one of our greatest opportunities to have a profound generational impact on human health. I know there's going to be a lot of discussion on that today, and it's exciting to see as their FDA is looking at this roadmap, they're looking at innovation. How can we help promote healthy diets and communicate that better to consumers and ensure that consumers are confident in their food choices, that they're looking at things like standards of identity, which our association is talking with Joe's association regarding how can we do that and provide consumers confidence so they are increasing their consumption, as well as really focusing on how diet and food can be an answer and really help alleviate some of the chronic disease issues that we have in this country. So I think we have some opportunities within that. Also, every 5 years, the USDA reviews their dietary guidelines. In fact, they're taking applications right now for the committee that will be reviewing that for the 2020-2025 dietary guidelines. And I think it's important. I've had some conversations with some already in the research field, and they feel like there's not enough domestic research on the American population with olive oil that our government would be looking at to really help move the needle in terms of this. And when we're talking the dietary guidelines, this is not so much as the consumer-facing food pyramid, but really the dietary guidelines that are used to inform and develop federal food nutrition, health policies, and programs. So how can we, through the work that would be done with Yale in collaboration with other universities, really be able to work with that, provide that as evidence of what we all know in terms of what a wonderful product and how much of a difference olive oil can make in the lives and diets of everybody, and really help have policies that help support that and advance that. So with that, I will thank you. It's been a privilege to be here and look forward to the rest of it today.
around the world in these countries that are doing work in olive oil. And at the outset, when we started talking about this idea, we were recognizing that, and we want to partner and collaborate. That's one of our mottos here at the school is innovation through collaboration. So a lot of people have done a lot of work, and we want to be the catalyst to bring everybody together. So I'm excited to hear the foundation that exists out there, but at the same time, the opportunities that people have identified already moving forward. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but that's okay. We're going to continue with our third presenter this morning, Alexandra Kisenik-Demarent. And I'll turn it over to her. Alexandra is from the Extra Virgin Alliance.
I want to start by thanking the School of Public Health, Yale, and specifically Professors Kyriakides and Vassiliou, and also Dean Behrman for putting this together. It's a tremendous amount of work, and I appreciate the vision and the effort that's gone into this event. It's very exciting. It's wonderful to see this very diverse and interesting group of people here to talk about this important topic. So I'm going to start with a little bit about myself, just to give you some perspective where I come from. I began in research in olive oil. My love of olive oil goes back to the late 70s when I lived in an outskirt of Rome for 6 months. And that's where I really began to understand olive oil as a component of flavor. And that's something that has informed my perspective ever since. I started at the Cooperative Extension doing work mostly in pest management and other agricultural aspects of olive production, but also simultaneously became a taster and started working hard on sensory analysis. And since 2003, I've been a taste panel member and have done a lot of work both as a panelist and then branching out into judging olive oil and really looking at olive oil from the flavor side. And that, again, also really informs where I am coming from when I talk about olive oil. I write, and I have written since the beginning, starting with academic papers and reports, and then branching out into popular media. And this little book is my first effort in books about olive oil. It's Olive Oil Field Guide. A concise guide to olive oil, looking at it from a high altitude, but quite a thorough overall view of it. I'm here with Extra Virgin Alliance. I am CEO and the co-founder of this organization. It's an international trade organization of high-quality olive oil producers. The idea goes back to 2009, when I was meeting with high-quality producers from Greece, Spain, Italy, and France, and talking about what we thought was important to move the cause of good olive oil forward. Our job is to restore trust in the marketplace, and our mission also, we say, to improve the value of extra virgin olive oil for everyone, from the producer, purveyor, to the consumer. Our approach can be summed up as inform, connect, and celebrate. We inform consumers and the trade about quality extra virgin olive oil. We connect producers and consumers. We believe that this is absolutely crucial and becomes more important every day as people become more cognizant about where their food is coming from. And then it's critical to celebrate this delicious and healthy food. It's really easy to go down a rabbit hole of technical information and lose the joy that is great extra virgin olive oil. So our organization always keeps that front and center. So starting with where we are now, in the United States, consumers simultaneously love olive oil and are fascinated by it and distrust it. Joe has talked quite a lot about this. Scandal, misinformation is really damaging this market. And in the end, the loser is the consumer because they're shying away from a really wonderful food. But how did we get here? I have to say, partly, this is a self-inflicted injury. It's due to poor regulatory environment, and also the industry is guilty of being tolerant of some pretty bad practices. Consumer confusion in the marketplace is often cited as a major issue, and I think that's absolutely true. But why are they confused? Well, for one thing, the naming conventions in olive oil don't really make sense. Labels are not terribly clear. Joe mentioned that their membership is working on this issue, and I think it's absolutely crucial. Also, there are these contradictory claims, and there's rampant both misinformation and disinformation out there. So underneath this is a fundamental point that the olive oil market is really a highly stratified thing. But in the US market, this is blurred. The distinctions are blurred. Refined products and virgin products, that's the big division. That's not always obvious from the labels. The category overall is confused. The pricing doesn't make sense. You can find an extra virgin and an extra light at virtually the same price or a few cents different. An extra light olive oil is a refined olive oil product. Extra virgin is the highest quality of virgin olive oil. It doesn't really make sense that they should cost the same. So consumers are confused, but it's not because consumers are stupid. I think it's because consumers are getting a lot of contradictory input, and they don't really understand because they're not being helped to understand what's out there. Producers of high-quality olive oil really struggle to differentiate themselves in this market because it is so poorly differentiated. Also, it's been mentioned that Americans are largely novice consumers. This means that they are likely to believe all kinds of silly things, like you can't cook with extra virgin olive oil. You say that to someone from the Mediterranean and they'll look at you like you're nuts because they've been cooking with extra virgin olive oil forever. So these novice consumers don't really have that background. They don't have olive oil in their blood. And this is something that people, especially from the Mediterranean, find hard to understand, that we really are babies. We're still learning. To most Americans, olive oil is a neutral cooking medium. They don't understand flavor as something that's contributed by olive oil. So that's our challenge. That's our work. So another thing that underlies this malaise is certain aspects of human nature. The way I look at it, that evil is really a lot more interesting than virtue. Who goes to see King Lear because they want to see Cordelia and her dad get along? So the interest in the media and the focus on scandal and the dark side is easy to understand because it's fascinating. It's much more difficult to tell a nuanced and accurate story about olive oil. And as an industry, we need to help the media to tell that story better. Also, I think we have to admit that greed is a big motivator. Short-term profit chasing is very damaging to the sector. It distorts the market by rewarding players that undercut prices by lowering quality. It costs more to make good extra virgin olive oil. And if that extra cost cannot be rewarded in the market, what's the incentive? So nobody wins in a race to the bottom. I think everyone in the industry is really becoming clear on this, that our future is in quality. It's in education, yes, but it is in quality. So moving forward, honesty matters. Labels have to be clear, they have to be accurate. This is regarding origin and the identity of the product. What you're seeing in that photograph is an important step for our market. You'll see there, it says olive oil, and underneath, refined olive oil and 15% extra virgin olive oil. So this is a huge win for us. This product, a few years ago, was called pure olive oil. And then olive oil. And now they're calling it what it is. It's olive oil, it's a blend of refined olive oil and extra virgin olive oil. This is a fine product. There's no reason to try to obscure what it is. So this kind of market leadership, I applaud Costco for having done this, and I hope others will follow. I also think that valuing the virgin category is important. Extra virgin is the highest grade of virgin olive oil. The next grade is virgin virgin. This is a useful product. People all around the world are cooking with virgin olive oil every day. So I want to see virgin appearing on American labels, because only when virgin is valued can we set extra virgin free. Right now, it's dragging the category down because a producer needs to compete with a product that truly is not the same thing. Environmental and social sustainability matter. Olives and olive oil can really have a light footprint on the earth. They can be a very sustainable and environmentally friendly product. There's also the social side of this, and that is that olive oil production is the lifeblood of many rural areas around the world. And if we can add more value to olive oil and make olive oil production profitable, then we are supporting the social, cultural, and agricultural lives of these areas. And there it is, quality matters. Now, effective regulation can be a critical element of this. I'm from California, and I'm happy to say that the work of the Olive Oil Commission of California and the new California Department of Agriculture standard for olive oil is an important step forward. It is a more stringent standard. It has some labeling requirements and prohibitions, and it's a good step. And it's not the only one. There are efforts all around the world to improve standards. So I do want to add a caution here, which is that where harmonizing standards around the world makes tremendous sense and smooths the paths of trade, the thing we need to be careful about is that we do not harmonize around the lowest common denominator. So I want to see work done that we can come up with better standard and harmonize around that, rather than to just harmonize around the one that is being most used. And then finally there in this list, consumers matter. We need to respect consumers. Consumer protection at the end of the day is probably the most important thing. We need to support good quality products in the market. We need to fix this confused category so that consumers can make an informed choice and find the product that they're after that has both the culinary attributes and the price that they want. developing the US market does have challenges, but good heavens, what an opportunity. It's already been pointed out that our per capita consumption is a pathetic liter a person per year. My son, when he moved into his own apartment, I'm proud to say that I sent him off with a liter of olive oil, and 3 weeks later, he called up to tell me that it was gone. He has no roommates. So it can be done, and hopefully it will be done. I think that the thing about olive oil that is the greatest selling point when it comes to health is not just the healthy attributes of the olive oil, but the fact that olive oil makes other healthy foods taste great. Vegetables, legumes, all of these foods that we know are so good in our diets. Good olive oil transforms them and makes them something truly special. I also have a feeling that we need not just to feed people's bodies, but also their souls are hungry. So olive oil answers that. It's not just a healthy, wonderful food for the body. There's also the excitement and the cultural value of this product that goes back millennia. I dare say olive oil really is like wine. We often say, oh no, it's different because it does not improve with age. But that and the fact that you don't drink olive oil straight, that's really the only difference. Otherwise, olive oil is so much like wine. The richness of the culture and the food pairing possibilities and monocultivars versus blends, all of this stuff is very similar to wine. It is just as interesting and it is just as exciting. So this really is the work that Extra Virgin Alliance does. Our producers are constantly engaged with their chefs and their consumers, the media, making this point that great olive oil is such an exciting and interesting and delicious product. I'll also share with you a quote from a marketing symposium that I organized almost 10 years ago now. It's shocking to realize how long it's been. I invited a number of people from other industries. Rather than having California's olive oil industry talking to itself yet again, I thought, let's bring in some people from other specialty food industries that have been successful. So one of the people that we invited was the president of the American Cheese Society. Now, American specialty cheese and specialty cheese in general has grown to the point that it's a department in many ordinary supermarkets. So the president of the Cheese Society got up there and he said, you know, I went to the doctor yesterday and had a nice chat with my doctor about olive oil. You all have no idea how lucky you are to have this product. And I thought, you know, he's right. He's got a tough row to hoe with cheese, convincing people, you need this, you want this, and then their doctor tells them, don't eat so much cheese, right? His doctor says, eat more olive oil. So how lucky are we to have this fantastic product be the center of our lives, or at least of my life anyway, and I hope increasingly a center of yours. So some areas of interest in research, so much possibility. So I really looked at this from the point of view of producers of authentic, high quality, extra virgin olive oil. Probably the key point is that olive oil is food. And we never want to lose sight of that. There is an inherent danger, I think, when we focus on just the health aspects of it, and it's also if we start to deconstruct it too much. I'm sure that there are huge possibilities on the pharma side for developing olive-based drugs and so forth. But as far as the industry is concerned, we want to look at olive oil as a food, as a part of a diet. The interaction of food and olive oil, different cooking methods, I think that's an area that there's lots of potential. What is the impact not just on the nutrients in the olive oil, but the nutrients in the food? And what does that mean in your kitchen? Also, olive oil as part of a healthy diet. The areas there that are particularly interesting, because this is the United States, olive oil and weight loss, maintenance of a healthy weight. Also, compliance with a healthy eating program. This is something that's often overlooked. Americans have this absolute fascination with bizarre and punitive healthful diets. So olive oil makes your food taste great. So it's easy to stick with a healthy diet. And then also the health benefits of different grades of olive oil. Refined versus virgin versus extra virgin. We can't lump them together and just call them olive oil. High and low phenolics, things like that. It would be really good to look at that more closely. And also, an important point is that these studies give scientific support to legislative efforts. If we can show that there is a fundamental difference in the value of extra virgin olive oil for your health, that's very helpful when somebody is trying to push a legislative agenda. And finally, consumer psychology. We can never forget that at the end of the day, it's the marketplace that will tell. So, consumer perceptions, areas of resistance, areas of interest, and acceptance. That's the sort of stuff that would be really nice to look into more closely. So, what can Extra Virgin Alliance bring? Well, olive oil. We can help to source olive oil of known provenance and known quality from all around the world. And the other thing that we have, and probably most important, is people. It's a global network of quality producers, experts, researchers, writers, and we bring a perspective that's international. So it's a diverse and innovative community of people who are very, very interested in this topic. I end with that quote from Solon, Athenian statesman: "The greatest good for the cure of all lives' ills is the fruit of the olive." Thank you.
Thank you. Where do I begin? I mean, there's so many things already that my brain is going to explode. And I think we need more than a day and a half of a symposium, probably a week long. And Alexander just touched on a couple of things. I want to give my once more thank you to the hospitality, Rafi Taherian, Adam Millman, and Danielle Shapiro. You won't see them during the day, but you'll get to taste some of the good food they're going to prepare for us throughout the day and tonight. So the next presenter is Juan Gonzalez Bueno, one of our producers representing Spain.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Yale Public School of Health. Thank you, Tasso, for inviting me. I don't know if I deserve it. Probably not. But here I am. When I was thinking what was my strength talking about olive oil, probably I thought that the contact with the public is one of the things that I can really, because if not, the world is not going to hear me and it will be like a big loss. So what would be what can I give to this symposium? Well, probably the contact with the public, because since I'm this profile of little producer here, it's just me doing everything. Well, the bad part is that I have to do like endless demos at the supermarket, for example, 3 hours standing. The good part is that this actually gives you a lot of information. So, in order to respond to this, to the question of why is it so static, the market, what is not growing, I think I have at least some, if not answer, probably even questions, but some information that I would like to bring to you. Well, this is something that we have shown with Joseph. This is clear. The growth in these 20 years has been amazing, and this last 7 years it's been like completely stuck. And we have to do something about it. I mean, it's not something that we can ignore. It's something that is happening. It's probably not something related with the consumer per se, from the perspective of consumer demanding a product with the profile of the olive oil, not at all. I think it's related with other things. Joseph has pointed one of them. But we have to make a deep analysis and to think properly, and we have to be really clear with ourselves. We have an static market, we have to get over. And sorry, Tassos, because you say, don't bring problems. You can answer, well, I'm bringing a lot of problems. Okay? So this is the most common from my perception, and I'm talking about also the customer perception. I'm mixing both. I'm kind of in a possession right here, talking as a customer, as a producer. And this could be many of the problems, but without any order. Actually, it's barely used in professional kitchens. I know it's expensive, but at the same time, the chefs don't know how to do with it. They don't know the versatility. They don't know that even for deep frying, it could last longer and good extra virgin oil. So there is a lot of misinformation there. The perception of an exotic product, no? It's another thing. There's not like close products that the people know how to use, or they have been educated with this product in his lab. Of course, consumer distrust, misleading labeling, consumer ignorance. Ignorance is a little bit fluff, probably, and awareness. But let's put this in some order. Let's see all these problems, how to be ordered, because we have to use this information to take decisions and to make programs and to make projects and put it in a way that actually we can impact on them. So I think if we go from this problem tree from causes to effects, it would be like a proper, or at least that's my way to see the problem. From the causes, it is, well, you have seen here. The fraud perception. I don't know if it's working. Yeah, it's working. The fraud perception is something that, for sure, we could do things together better, everything together. I'm talking about the international olive oil war. But at the same time, it has a basis. I mean, and we cannot ignore it. So it's something that actually affects what is the central problem that I think is the consumer distrust and ignorance. Misleading labeling, well, this is kind of of praise. You know, it breaks my heart when I'm in a demo and somebody comes to my little table with my olive oil and says, this is, of course, it has to be first cold pressed. And you see that he's saying this with proudness, no? Like, I know what I'm talking about. Well, it's like, I'm so sorry to say it. That it's not first, it's not pressed, and not really cold, not even. So, and this is something from other way, so easy to fix that sometimes I don't know what's really wrong with that. No? We cannot let these things happen in the labels. And it's something that it is like, and why? No? After the next question of the customer is why you are doing that? I have no answer for it. I'm sorry. It's true. It's making no sense at all. It's not benefiting anybody. But it's like that. We have to review a lot of these things from the industry inside, because we are the one that are using these topics or these selling points. The unclear regulation is a key for the customer distrust. I mean, we have to work on that. This is out of my capacity, of course, but it's something that it has to be, decision that it has to be taken from the decision makers, but we have to follow some rules here in the United States. I mean, we have to know if they are of the International Olive Council, perfect. If a new regulation just for the United States, it's okay, but we have to have something, at least to work with. Another classical problem of the customer is the confusion with olive oil denomination. No, it's crazy that olive oil is something that is not the essence. When people talk, oh, it's olive oil, they are thinking, and even me, that is, we are talking about the basis of the product, the main product, the most important, and actually it's a refine. It's something that it comes after the original product. So I guess there is a lot of interest in this denomination. I guess this is not something casual. I don't really know. But we should change it. I mean, we should change it because it doesn't matter. We're going to talk about the things like we are. There is nothing bad in refined olive oil. But we have to let the people know what they are buying and what is the difference. Problems related with or causes of the customer ignorance or unawareness. Myths about cooking with olive oil. I mean, this is something that is really painful, and you also say that Alexis, this is crazy because sometimes the people is like really like, no, it's not good to cook with olive oil, and it's good. But why? No, because I have been told that it's not good. But we have been doing like the last 3,000 years in Mediterranean. Well, but it's not good because you have a low smoking point. And it's okay, smoking point. You know exactly what is the smoking point, or what is the relationship with the olive oil getting worse, or the olive oil potentially being harming. And it is no, of course, the answer is no. But all of these things, we have to work on that. We have to show the people that actually, because it happens to me at home with the way that I really intake olive oil is cooking. I mean, I have my little fancy bagging box of 5 liters of my olive oil, and I have another olive oil, not so good, so high quality to cook. And for one that I use of the raw use, we are gonna say for dressing I consume double of 3 times of the other. So if we want to change, if we want to improve the health of the people through olive oil, if we want to make the market growing, we have to put the olive oil and the extra virgin olive oil in the cookings, in every cook. I mean, we have to let the people know that, okay guys, this is more expensive, we know, but this is gonna be better for your health, and this is the best fat that you can use for cooking. Unless you are gonna make a wok one day and you need like, I don't know, 1,000 degrees in your olive oil. Well, this day you can use another one, but the rest of the days, please. Vague knowledge about health properties. That is really important because we have something very good. That is that there is a perception of extra virgin olive oil or olive oil being healthy, but people don't really know why. And something that happens with that is, it happens to me when I'm doing, not demos because I have not the time to talk too long with the people, but tasting or little workshop, and I began to talk about the health properties of extra virgin olive oil. It's like endless. I mean, it's like, I listen to myself and it's like I'm these guys in the far west that they have this remedy for everything. And they say, and sometimes I think the perception of the consumer is that it's too good to be real, no? So I don't know, because I don't know what we have to do to try to communicate or to try to go straight to what people needs to know, but we have to simplify this communication, this message, and we have to make it like eatable for the people. I talk a little bit of perception. This is not something that is in our American diet. So people is like, well, you say Joseph, when people goes to supermarket and they have like 20 different oils, they don't know how to use, they don't know which one to choose, because it's something that it doesn't belong to the gastronomic culture of this country. Well, this would be the previous, but in a positive way, no? We are gonna try to put it in this way in order to see what we have to do to improve this, no? I mean, if we want to have the consumer educated, we have to customer aware of beneficial uses. It's the same information, but put in a positive way. Stronger knowledge about health properties, closer perception of the products. So I choose just this part, okay? This part, I choose. In order to contribute to the Olive Oil Center, what I will do, what I will focus into. I will focus in to have a consumer educated, because finally this is the most important thing. I think this is the customer is going to pull of everything. The customer is going to pull of the quality. If the customer knows how to differentiate quality and he buys a bad quality and he goes back to the supermarket and says, guy, this is not, the manager is going to say, I'm not going to buy more this olive oil. So this is going to be a chain, and we have to work on that, because it's going to, this the center, and it's pulling, and it's what we have to change to get an educated consumer. This part is difficult, is more related with decision makers, but this part of here, I think we can go with that better. So when I'm thinking about what could do in an olive oil center, it just come up with some things that I already have in my mind. That is little projects or programs helping to get this one of the results, no? These different results. For example, accurate information about with olive oil. As I say, this is important, really, really important to put the olive oil in the kitchens, because it's the way that the people is gonna eat and is gonna have more olive oil. Training programs. Training programs mean going to the culinary schools, the chef, with the next generation chef. I mean, I am saying that the current generation cannot be educated in these fields, but we know chefs, we know that they are special, and it's better when you take them when they are more young. It's easier. So, a beautiful program, it would be like to have an itinerary classes for every culinary center across the country, and let them know how to cook with olive oil. Another very good program that I was part, it was not really successful in terms of funding, but it was really good. That's what I have told you about this. It was an extra virgin olive oil international cooking academy. And this was a really interesting project because it was mixing scientific evidence with cooking. So we are mixing this scientific knowledge with people eating. This was really interesting. Why? Because we were researching about how to cook with olive oil, how to define with extra virgin, how to the phenols, the good compounds of olive oils, goes through the food when you cook it. What is the best technique to make the most amount of these phenols get into the food, and how then the last step, how the body is having this food and what part of these compounds, phenolic compounds mainly, are getting in your body. No? So this is a beautiful product, a beautiful project that it could be here. It could be cooking. I mean, we are having all the chain from the evidence, scientific evidence, and then it's going to say, well, you have to cook this recipe with extra virgin olive oil because of that. But it's not because I say it, it's because we have scientific evidence of this. Because we know exactly how the good compounds are crossing the different stages, from the olive oil to the food, from the food to through the process of cooking to the end that has a stronger knowledge about health properties. Well, this is, we have been talking about this. It's going to be a recurrently topic. Dissemination of olive oil health properties. Try to join the scientific work. That is wonderful because we have a lot of, in the presentation we saw the really big amount of publication, but it doesn't leak too much to the common people. No, it leaks when we have say that a journalist say something that is really easy to sell to the people. Well, we're going to make this easier for the press, for the media. We're going to try to condensate this information and we're going to put it in perfect place, and we're going to try to the people knowing easily, in an easy way, have some knowledge about what are the health properties of the olive oil. And this would be another way to improve a closer perception of the product, to combine, this is my time. Yeah, I don't know, everyone could have his own opinion about this, but I think it's really difficult to take the Mediterranean diet and to put it in the United States like that. I mean, probably you can do it with people that it has roots in Mediterranean places, and it's going to be easy because it's going to remind him, it's going to have an emotional link with that. But if not, it's going to be a really difficult thing to do, mainly in the mainstream. I mean, with people that probably he's not so familiarized with cooking or with another cooks, or he has not this willing to cook some war or whatever. So why don't we try to begin bringing the olive oil into American foods, in American menus? Why don't begin to work in little by little? I mean, that's the best way to do it, first with olive oil, because everyone uses fats for cooking, everyone, in every culture. So why don't we begin to substitute everything a little bit? Why don't we why don't design menus introducing the Mediterranean concept and try to go little by little, because it's too difficult to try to. We have to be flexible with that. We have to know that every little improvement in this field is good, and let's see how far it gets us, no? To be little by little bringing things, but not in like a concept, little by little. So well, that would be 3 different projects that I would like to see for a potential olive oil center. And I think that's all. I think we have the best fat. That's clear. We have the tastier, we have the healthiest. So if we are not able to improve the consumption of the olive oil, it's gonna be on us. So if the pressure is there, we have to manage and we have to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan, and thank you for bringing your problems. And also the good segue to the next presenter, how do we bridge that gap that I agree exists between the scientific world and science in a very broad term and people who are in the olive oil world. So our next speaker, Maria Kapsokefalou from the University of Agricultural University of Athens on exploiting findings from olive oil research.
Thank you, Tassos. Let me start by expressing my enthusiasm for being here today, sharing views with experts from all over the world, with this clear interest in olive oil, and also dreaming with you a better future for our product through the initiative that is put together by Tassos, Vasilis, Dimitris, and the Yale School of Public Health. Congratulations and best wishes for best success. I am Maria Kapsokefalou. I'm a professor in human nutrition, but also until a month ago I was the deputy director of the university, a role that gave me a better understanding how important it is to adopt holistic views and connecting the dots in order to move things forward. So what I will do in my presentation is select 4 different areas that are related to olive oil in their findings, and see how we can exploit these findings in order to create a new value in the area of olive oil. So naturally, I will start from my own field, nutrition research, which is very important for supporting olive oil. And of course, it's already mentioned that it all started with the 7-country studies, a famous study that was conducted in the 60s by Anson Keyes and made big news because it was able to show that diet is related to longevity and better health. And in specific, it was saying that increased consumption of olive oil, fruits, vegetables, fish, nuts, whole grains, legumes, and moderate amounts of red wine were associated with long and healthy lifespan, mainly in Greece, and particularly in Crete. In Greece, there were two areas that were compared, Corfu, where I'm coming from, and Crete. And Crete was the one that showed a better association with what they say here, long and healthy lifespan. And this is a photo from one of the survivors of this study that I took myself when we conducted a follow-up of the study recently in Crete. There are many follow-ups of that study that show that dietary choices have changed through the years. And you see in this one, in the 60s, which is the blue middle column, that the use of olive oil was about 100 grams per day, and now in 2010, it's about half. See here. So this clearly has been marking differences in dietary choices, but also shows some of the explanations that we are seeking for to relate to different different evaluation of risk factors and health in Greece. There are many studies in between, conducted in Greece, conducted in other countries of the world, try to associate olive oil and in general Mediterranean lifestyle with health. And I'm showing here the latest study that was conducted in Greece. It was the Hellenic National Nutrition and Health Survey was conducted by our team. It is a nationally representative sample of about 4,000 participants on validated methodology. The results are starting to come up. I will only show you one table, very busy one. But I have highlighted olive oil in red to show that olive oil consumption is related to one of the dietary behavior models that we can see in the Greek adult population, which is the traditional model. There are other models in our populations that olive oil is not as widely consumed. And this shows that if in Greece olive oil is not widely consumed, then maybe we have to work not only in the US preaching about olive oil, but also in our own countries. The model this the traditional dietary model, the one that had higher olive oil consumption, was better associated with prevention of cardiovascular disease. So these are recent data that just came out, they're not even published yet, that confirm what we already know. And it is very important to be able to repeat and confirm through the years, despite changes in all factors of our life, that olive oil still keeps this protective effect that we have observed even in the 60s. The Mediterranean diet is a star, it's all over the news, it is a very attractive dietary model, it's associated with good taste, good health, so it is an easy sell in many ways. However, we see this also in the dietary guidelines of Americans. However, it's not obvious that we will go with that. We have already talked about problems, about dietary assessment data, about models in our population. So let's reach the finding. Olive oil consumption is linked to public health benefits, and olive oil is appealing to health-conscious consumers. However, it's not an obvious sell, and therefore the vision for the Yale Center for Olive Oil would be to keep the advice, the evidence strong and updated in order to be able to keep on with the support and keep on with the appeal that olive oil has to the health-conscious consumer. In practice, this would mean that we need to create new knowledge on the role of olive oil in achieving optimal health, to increase the awareness on the health benefits that are associated with olive oil consumption, and coordinate scientific groups that have common or supplementary interests in this area. So that could be one framework of working on nutrition for olive oil. I will move in another field, the field of chemistry research. Chemistry is very much a basic science that can be used to support a lot of our visions and a lot of our findings. Olive oil for a chemist is both a heaven and a hell, because it has 300 different compounds from many different families of components that are a challenge to be determined. And of course, these are associated both with the flavor of olive oil and with the health benefits of olive oil. It is very important to be able to identify the compounds and set quality and purity criteria. These are set worldwide, and there are chemical and there are sensorial, and there are chemical criteria for detecting adulteration and fraud. I will have to be very specific on what these criteria are, but I choose to do just those two slides because I wanted to show that in the Agricultural University of Athens we do have an interest in promoting research in this quality criteria, particularly the chemical quality criteria, and also for determining the minor constituents of olive oil, the phenolic compounds, the hydrocarbons, the chlorophylls, the carotenoids, and the tocopherols that are mainly responsible for the taste and also for the bioactivity. So this is an area of challenge, and we take the challenge, and we do have programs that are around the chemical determination of the components of olive oil. I must also mention here that purity criteria are very, very important, the ones that are related to adulteration. And I must say that because, at least in Greece, because olive oil is a national product very much related to the economy, there is a very much coordinated effort between producers, between industry and the state in order to support the product and protect the consumer from adulterated products. And I happen to sit also at the board of the Food Safety Authority, and I must tell you that every month we do have records of successes in supporting the product from adulteration. So it's not that the product is alone, the product is protected, and we do our best to have for the consumer a product that is what it is. Summing up this chemistry challenge, I would like to put this more like a statement that the composition of olive oil depends on a number of factors, including agronomy factors like cultivar, degree of maturation, possible infestation by the Dacus, which is the disease that most frequently the olive tree has. It has to do with the climate, and climate change is a challenge now for the quality of olive oil. And of course, production and storage of olive oil. So the work of a chemist is to link the data with all these factors and try to create the best procedure, the best scenario in order to create the best product. So, exploiting the findings from this area, olive oil has a unique chemical profile linked to health, to olfactory and gustatory attributes of olive oil. This is a healthy gourmet product which of course needs protection. Our scientific protection with updated methods and coordinated activities. So for me the vision for the Yale Center for Olive Oil is to keep the tools strong and updated. There was a saying that adulteration comes before analysis. So the ones that wants to adulter is a little ahead. So the chemists had to do their job and be very responsive to all this and maybe be very preventive. So again, for the area of chemistry, it is very important to create new knowledge on the analysis of olive oil composition, emphasizing components that are linked to bioactivity and sensory characteristics, coordinate scientific groups that have common or supplementary interests. This includes, of course, not only researchers, but also the ones that have the commercial interest, like the presentations we had before. We have to increase the awareness on the quality characteristics of olive oil, and data can help with that, and provide feedback to the producers in order to help them find the best way in order to produce the best product. I move in another area, the area of genome research. This is a newly emerged area for olive oil research. The olive genome. Molecular marker techniques have been applied recently to olive in order to relate, identify, distinguish, and characterize different cultivars or genotypes, and in order to provide information on olive origin and dispersal, and to evaluate olive germplasm for trade with agronomical importance. So we're getting into the use of genome tools in order to identify cultivars, identify the ideal cultivar for specific products, and link, in a sense, quality with the genome. Recently, and actually this is not announced yet, it will be announced next week, there has been a national flagship initiative in Greece by the Ministry of Research, funded by a little more than 3 million euros, that creates a new network of universities and research centers in Greece with the objective to link the important olive tree clones with quality criteria, relate genetic material with quality characteristics, create new data sets, not only data but also data sets on olive tree, olive and olive oil characteristics. So what we hope to do is to protect the Greek products more than we have so far, and to link this with the best product. So these findings, the unique characteristics of cultivars can be identified and linked to quality characteristics are yet to be found, and lead to a new challenge that the Yale Center for Olive Oil can take. And again, here as well, keep the tools, the genetic tools, strong and updated, create new knowledge, and coordinate the scientific groups in order to exploit these findings. A fourth and final area that these findings are important for are findings from research in agricultural economics. I like this slide very much. It was put by a group led by FAO on the International Foundation of Mediterranean Diet, that shows that the Mediterranean diet is not only important for our health, it has a four-corner model. Health is here. It's one of the corners. Economy, environment, and society are all the sectors that are benefited from the Mediterranean diet, and I may say also for olive oil. So let's not forget the importance that the economy is, the importance of olive oil and the Mediterranean diet to the economy, and identify new opportunities. Greece is based, the economy of Greece is to some extent based on olive oil, on the agricultural sector and olive oil. It is the third largest producer in the world. First is Spain, then it's Italy, then it's Greece. But Greek olive oil has a unique advantage that it's mainly extra virgin oil. 80% of the production is extra virgin olive oil, compared to 65% in Italy and 30% in Spain. But only 25% of the Greek production reaches the stage of labeling and branding. It goes as crude olive oil And this is not a very good record compared with 50% in Spain and 80% in Italy. There is a lot, okay. Then I will just read the yellow ones. The restructuring of the sector is very important because we have not been able to structure our economy in a way that the olive oil is produced in an economically sound way. So we do have to restructure the sector, and we have to develop new strategies for supporting the product. Let me mention one project that is very important for our university. It is falling in the initiative of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, the Recharging the Youth, and it is focused on supporting young people, unemployed people, into getting back to agricultural practices and develop innovative products in the agro-food sector. In order to achieve this, it is very important to create strong networks of intellectual and practical support and advisory services. The young people cannot work alone, even the older ones cannot work alone. They need a lot of support, and it's very important to be able to establish those services and those networks of intellectual and practical support. So here, the finding number 4 is exactly this, that the advisory networks are effective in inducing change, and we would expect that the Yale Center for Olive Oil would be able to provide extension experience, train the trainers, and support marketing efforts to promote olive oil in the US market. So overall, the vision for the Yale Center for Olive Oil: keep the evidence strong and updated, keep the tools strong and updated, keep the networks going as well. I will finish with this picture. It's the brochure of our university, and naturally an olive tree is on the brochure. For this symbolism and for its strength in presenting what we are talking about today. The vision, the collaboration, and the effectiveness of strong networks. So thank you very much, and best luck.
Thank you, Maria. My to-do list is growing as I see this presentation, but I'll take the challenge. We'll take a 10-minute break. We're going to be back here 11:10 because we're live webcasting, and the next presenter, this is a great segue into the next section of our presentations with Catherine Peyote-Gachon from the Monell Chemical Census Center in Philadelphia. So back in 10 minutes. And if you have not registered outside, please pick up your packet and register so we can communicate back to you the proceedings from this symposium. Thank you. Yeah. That was great.
No, really. With the rain and everything. How are you?
No, 4 years.
Yeah.
Very interesting presentation as well.
Yes. The next one.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's so little that for me, even the subscription, I don't know what it is. Is it a family business? No, actually it's not. Well, it's a family related business because I only have all kids. But no, it's just me. I'm trying to bring them. They're still like, well, we're going to still selling the olive cooperative, and we are going to see how you do in the next one of years. I don't know. Yeah.
Yes.
It's to them. And then the generation,
Everything is
the generation
all set.
between
I mean, last night, like 50 emails going back and forth between a few of us here. Last minute thing, and I get, it's like, Vasily's the other
so
guy.
that's how they
10:37 is presentation. I'm like, really?
and they started to buy or
Yeah.
whatever. They grew some, but they learned to buy, and they had great relationships with all the farmers, from
Yes, the breaking mold is it's really difficult in rural areas. It's like a yeah. And well, that's one of the things that we are not well. We're improving, but we have a lot of work to do. We're very high. Yes, because
Soy Clemente Pineda.
Clemente, no sabemos casi.
Soy de Los Pocos. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm careful in Spanish, right?
I'm learning Spanish. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I have two of them.
Ah, good. All right. You know, in Spain, the agriculture, almost everything of
It's a special.
They don't go to the restaurant.
Yes, that's right. Because
I don't eat olive oil.
That's right. Yeah.
I have to. Yeah. I was 16 years old then, okay, and now, answer, I landed, because, well, you know the news and you have all the applications that is already landed, if they don't send you a message, you're panicking, right? Too bad. I don't know why. Okay, so, and then on the list. Not even talking to finger like
Just left my stuff here.
It'll work.
I don't remember what it was.
No, you don't go anywhere. I'm slow.
Make sure I'm not challenging my
body again.
You cold too? I'm too chilly. I'm too cold, too young.
And I don't know what is going on maybe here. It's stronger.
It's strong here too. And I have Mediterranean.
Why is it
Is anyone can make it warmer in here? Or they it on purpose so we stay
Many,
nice and alert.
many dreams and words, plans for the future, but the temperature kind of yes.
Oh, no, that's Aki. Yeah, invitaron ahorita en el rosa, ¿no? That's okay. Yes. Wow, excellent. So what's your area?
Boys.
No, that's why we came. We came to hear you.
If you could please take your seats, we're going to start the next session. Our first speaker for the next session is Patrick Hero de Gachon from the Monell Chemical Senses Center in Philadelphia.
Sorry. Here. Right underneath it, posted it wrong.
I stopped. Okay, maybe they will come hearing my voice. So it's very nice to be here today. And as Tasso said, I work at the Monell Chemical Senses Center. I'm originally from France, so you know, all cream and butter. But we could have switched to olive oil. We instead decided to drink a lot of red wine. But that's another story. So today, first I'm going to talk a little bit about the Monell Chemical Senses Center. It's an independent non-profit institute founded in 1968. So this year we're celebrating our 50th anniversary. And its mission is to understand the mechanism and function of taste, smell, and chemesthesis. Chemesthesis being the perception of temperature, pain, and some touch. And we believe that taste, smell, and chemesthesis are certainly very important for well-being, but are also very, very important for human health. So quickly, the organization of the Institute is basically to have a group of scientists with different backgrounds and different specialties working together on common topics. So there's a strong collaborative and interdisciplinary work culture, and since the beginning, the fundings come both from the federal grants, NIH mostly, and from the industry. The industry as an important part of our funding. And for a matter of fact, in 10 days, we have our annual meeting with the industry, with our sponsors. And so they come to Monell from all over the world, from mostly food industry and pharmaceutical industry. And they come to hear about what the researchers at Monell have been working on for the year. And during this 3 days meeting, there is also the opportunity for the people from the industry to meet individually with the researcher and talk about the topics that are important to them, and sometimes, you know, some research projects come out from this discussion. So, as you know very well, taste is very important to select nutrients in food. Depending on how the food tastes, we are going to decide to accept it, to consume it, or to reject it. But taste in ancient cultures and in what we call primitive culture has been also used to identify medicinal plants, and more specifically, the taste of the plants assisted in identifying the medicinal use of these plants. So by taste, most culture, and even us today, often includes taste in a strict sense, bitter or salty, but also astringency or irritation, pungency, which is part of chemisthesis. So in the early 60s, Fisher and Griffin came up with the notion of gustatory pharmacology. And they were particularly interested in bitter taste, because most of drugs and most of toxin taste bitter. And so here is what they were saying. So they say the bitter taste sensation of drugs and poisons carries vital information about the relation of drug molecules to the drug responder. The bitter sensation is a sensory expression of drug activity. Therefore, objectively measured test thresholds for drugs can be used as parameters of biological activity for both drug and responder. So, more or less the idea being that if the drug is more bitter, it might be more potent, and if you as an individual, if you perceive it as being very bitter, the drug will have more potency on you, more activity. So this really, I think, this notion that sensory attributes may predict physiological activity took a new significance when it was discovered that the taste receptors that are present in our oral cavity are also present in other tissue. We find them, for example, in upper and lower airways, in the brain, in the thyroid, in the pancreas, in the GI tract. So now the big question is that what is the function of these extra oral taste receptors? So, for example, it was found that in the nasal epithelium, there is both sweet taste receptors and bitter taste receptors. So what do they do there, right? We don't sniff our food, rarely. And so it was found by a collaboration between Monell and the University of Pennsylvania. They found that these sweet and bitter taste receptors were involved in the defense of the sinuses against pathogens. So the way it works quickly is that, so here is a pointer, here, sorry. So here, this is the respiratory epithelium. You have two types of cells. And T2R is bitter receptors. So we have about 25 different bitter receptors. And so you can see that on the ciliated cells, you have the presence of this bitter receptor. And on this type of cells, you have both the presence of a sweet taste receptor and a bitter receptors. So in normal conditions, there's always a certain level of glucose in the environment. And so the glucose will activate the sweet taste receptors. And the taste receptor, once activated, blocks the bitter receptors. So when there is a bacteria invasion, attack, and growth, what happens is that they use glucose for their growth. And so the glucose level drops, and so the sweet receptor is not activated anymore, and the bitter receptor is unblocked. And at the same time, the bacteria release bitter metabolites. And so these metabolites can now activate the bitter receptors. Once these receptors are activated, there is a cascade of reaction and eventually neurogenic inflammation and other reaction protective reaction happens. And also here, then increase of ciliary beating for better clearance. So what we have known also for a certain time now is that genetic variation in taste receptors contributes to variation in perceived taste intensity. So the most famous demonstration of that is with the compound PTC. You may have heard of non-tester and super testers. So this is demonstrated with this compound. So anyway, these compounds, for some people, is extremely bitter, and for other people, it just tastes like water. And so it has been shown that this is very much associated with some genetic variation in a D2R38 receptor, which is the bitter receptor activated by this compound. So since these people at Monell and Penn showed that genetic variation in the taste receptor that are present in the upper airway correlates with susceptibility to infection and severity of rhinosinusitis. So again, if those receptors don't function well, then you might be more prone to infection and rhinosinusitis. What they also have done is to make a link between both. And they did some phenotypic assessment with a taste test, having people tasting sweet solution and bitter solution. And depending on how intense this solution were for them, they could actually link it to clinical disease status in chronic rhinosinusitis patient. So here we have like a direct association between perception and clinical status, disease susceptibility. So this, I would say, it's seems very relevant to olive oil. Well, it seems, at some point I have to go back to olive oil, right? Very relevant, right? Because a lot of phenolic compounds from olive oil taste bitter. And so not only they are going to taste bitter, but we have to, we might think, right, that these bitter compounds will activate some of this extraoral bitter receptor. And so what are they going to do? That's something that will be interesting to figure out. This is also this still this notion of sensory attributes may predict physiological activity that brings Dr. Bisham to be very interested in olive oil. And so, as you all know here, extra virgin olive oil not only is bitter, but also trigger this very peculiar pungency that is a sort of a burning sensation that is restricted to the throat area. And that is quite unusual for food and for spicy food in general, where it's usually located in all the oral cavity. And that it turned out that the anti-inflammatory drug, ibuprofen, has exactly the same perceptual profile. Just in parenthesis, I want to say that if Dr. Bisham was able to make this connection, it's because he went to a conference where there was a presence of chefs and olive oil producers, and it's through the tasting and discussion that he was able to make this connection, because he knew about these two things now. The other thing is health benefits of the Mediterranean diet include reduced incidence of some forms of cancer and reduced incidence of neurodegenerative disease such as Alzheimer's. And ibuprofen also does that. So then the question in his mind became, well, what is would it be possible that the throat irritating compound present in olive oil is also an anti-inflammatory? So I came back to Monel, and with Dr. Paul Breslin, they started working on that. And so what they found is that oleocanthal is a phenolic compound present in olive oil, and it's mostly responsible for extra virgin olive oil pungency. What they did they worked with Amos Smith at the University of Pennsylvania, who sensitized the oleocanthal, the compound, and then they were able to test it directly on a pure form on COX-1 and COX-2, and they did inhibition test on these two enzymes, and they were able to show like that oleocanthal is indeed an anti-inflammatory compound. So since this work was done, numerous studies confirm its anti-inflammatory properties, acting not only on COX enzymes, but on many other targets involved in the inflammatory pathways. The other question that came, since we are particularly interested in perception and sensation, is that what is the sensory receptors activated by oleocanthal? And is it the same sensory receptor that is activated both by oleocanthal and ibuprofen? That's when I arrived. I missed the first part. And so, since we don't have too much time, I cut the whole research really, and just to tell you that what we found is that indeed oleocanthal and ibuprofen pungency is mediated by the activation of the ion channel TRPA1. So TRPA1 is known to sense temperature and to be triggered by some spicy compounds. But TRPA1 has also triggered a lot of interest in the last 15 years, and now we know that this channel is central to the mediation of pain sensation, irritation, pungency being a mild expression of pain. It's also very important for vascular dilation, airway disease, itch, and inflammation. TRPA1 is primarily expressed in sensory neurons, such as the trigeminal neurons that innervate our face and the back of our throat, our mouth, but also it's present in non-neuronal tissues, such as heart, small intestine, lung, and pancreas. So we did also a structure activity studies with Amos Smith, synthesized molecular variants of oleocanthal. And then what we did is that we tested these different variants on trigeminal neuron, since we could not give that directly to people, obviously. We used trigeminal neurons, and so here you can see that the blue compounds all kept, this is oleocanthal, and then all kept their activity. They were still exciting the trigeminal neurons, still activating TRPA1, but all of those compounds with modification under the aldehyde moiety lost their ability to activate TRPA1. We took few of these compounds and put them in a test, inhibition test assay on COX-2, and you can see that the blue compounds kept its activity, but the red one mostly lost it. So it doesn't mean that, with those compounds, the same thing will happen on other oleocanthal targets. But here we found a very good correlation between the sensory response and the COX-2 inhibition activity, the pharmaceutical activity. So what also we know is that people really don't perceive the pungency of extra virgin olive oil the same way. Some people are very sensitive to it, some people are not. So here, I show you it's like two subjects, and they test the same oil. They test it 5 times. And they tested it in different moments, different days. They tested other olive oil in between. But you can see that systematically this subject will think that this olive oil is very pungent. They add adjective along the axis, and at 50 was a descriptor of very strong. So they say they're very pungent. While this one thought, well, maybe a little bit. And so we do have, like, we see wide variation in sensitivity. So now what we don't know quite yet is if genetic variation in TRPA1 contributes to differences in this perceived intensity. This is a work that needs to be completed. We also don't know to which extent genetic variation in TRPA1 receptor in the upper airways correlates with susceptibility to respiratory disease. Although TRPA1 gene polymorphism has been already associated to childhood asthma. So there is some link. So what will be neat, of course, is to be able to do the same thing that was done with the sinus and bitter test, and to see if a phenotypic assessment with an olive oil, for example, test will reflect on clinical disease status or efficacy of oleocanthal as a drug in a tested patient. In summary, I think that the sensory assessment of olive oil that is used and says that bitter and pungent are positive attributes are right on. And I think it's very important for the perceptual quality of the olive oil. I think it's very important for the health benefit potential of the olive oil. I think bitterness and pungency can be very tangible indicators of the health potential, of the health benefit potential of a given olive oil for a consumer. It's a very easy message here. As we say, we need to simplify a little bit our message. Very quickly, since you talk about it in more details, and we are going to talk about it tonight and tomorrow, what seems to me very important for the olive oil world is to have a trustworthy product. We talk about the fact that it was not quite the case currently, and we need to change that. I think that the sense of place and the mythology around olive oil is also very, very important. I come from the wine industry, and I think often really the most important thing is really the story around the wine. And so I think that it should be used again and again. It's an antique product like a wine, and it always, comes from beautiful places. Education on sensory attributes, very important that people understand what is important in olive oil. And also, I think it's great to have tasting of olive oils, but I think also people need to understand that when they taste an oil, and it's great that they're able to perceive the flavors and the bitterness and the pungency. It's like a game. I think it's good also that then they try it with food, because I think then we see this consumer studies saying, oh, the Americans or other people really don't like bitter and pungent olive oils, but we don't drink it. So like once you put it in food, I don't think you really can perceive much of the bitterness or the pungency. You just like lift up the dish. And of course, discovery of the health benefit of olive oil and really increasing the education on that aspect is going to be extremely important. And so I'm going to skip that. Late, I think that often what you will probably hear is that why would you do that while you have an olive oil center in Connecticut? And thinking about that, it's true, it's not an olive oil producing area. And I was thinking, well, actually, that might be a strength, right? So I see it more like it's a neutral territory, the Switzerland of olive oil. And so I think it's great for the global good of olive oil, and it's geographically located between the different regions producing olive oil. And I think it's a wonderful idea, and it will be really important to have worldwide partners and representatives. Thank you very much.
For the record, I did not edit any of the slides to make that point, and very well received. Next presenter, Maria Halabalaki from the University of Athens.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the responsible people for this initiative, Professor Vassiliou, Kyriakidis Tassos, Professor Kouretas. I think it's really important. I'm really happy being here. And the next 20 minutes, I will try very briefly to present what we are doing in University of Athens, our expertise, how we can contribute in such initiative, but also plans, our expectations from the future. So I will completely skip this. Just to remind you that except olive oil, only olive drupes, olives, are very essential in Mediterranean diet. So we know that the responsible for the global production of olive oil globally is Europe, with 2.5 million tons per year, and especially the countries in Mediterranean basin. But what is important is the consumption, which is the last year. Sorry, I have to find the pointer. The last years is increasing gradually outside Europe, outside the producing countries. And the nice example, interesting one, is China. The last years, the Chinese people have been familiar, let's say, with the beneficial effects of olive oil or olive taste. Of course, there are regions that there are cultivations in China, but of course they cannot cover the needs. So it's something I think interesting that we will follow the next years. So let's go now from our point of view as phytochemists, pharmacists, a little bit of chemistry. I won't go through in details all these boring structures. We all know that it's mainly saturated and unsaturated fats, like palmitic or lactic acid, linoleic acids. Of course, we should not forget vitamins like alpha-tocopherol in the highest, this very high percentage, squalene. The levels is really high, with more than 1 gram per kilo in olive oil. Going from lipophilic compounds to more polar, minor constituents of olive oil, we have simple phenolic acids, like fake, really homovalenic acid, lactones. So you can see there is a very high structural variation, and of course tyrosol and hydroxytyrosol, which is really characteristic compound not only for olive oil but also for olive drupes, for olive in general. In olive oil we can trace, we can have also ligands, flavonoids, triterpenic acids, and secoiridoids. This is really an important group of constituents. Actually, there are really diverse and really high number linoleic acid derivatives. This is the first compound that you can see the basic structure here, as well as olocantha oleacin, known compounds, oleuropein, olixtroside. Actually, in trace amounts, these compounds are in olive oil, basic green leaves. Closed forms or more complex structures like luteinide, mainly in kernel. But I would like to stay here just to observe a little bit the similarities, the structural similarities among the compounds. So, in order to have lixtroside oleuropein, you need tyrosol or hydroxytyrosol, a linoleic acid, and 1 unit of glucose, at least on paper, of course. Okay. Then, from these precursor ions, you can have aglycons, with or without this carboxymethyl group, open or closed forms. But what I would like to highlight is the strong variability of these constituents, not only qualitatively, but also quantitatively. And this is, okay, somehow expected. This is common in nature, because the composition is affected from several different factors, both, I would say, endogenous or environmental ones, like tree variety, harvesting period, geographical origin. But olive oil in particular is not a natural entity, it's a final product. So its composition is affected also from production procedure. What is going in the mills during the extraction, during the whole this process. Despite all these years of research of olive oil, still there are unknown compounds there, and you can see that new structures are published, mainly in the part of minor polar constituents. It's really complex mixture chemically, many isomer, unstable compounds, labile compounds, even the most well-known ones, they are not so stable. But before going here, I would like to highlight that the taste, the aroma, the sensory activities, the biological activities, the nutritional effects of olive oil comes from all these constituents as a whole. For biology, I won't stay at all. There are people here around that are experts and they will speak about it. Just to mention that with a simple search, you can see an increase in interest of scientists and experts in studies trying to investigate the mechanism of action of the biological and pharmacological properties of olive constituents. So, another thing I would like just briefly mention is about regulatory issues. And in Europe, it's well known that European Food Safety Authority is the main body regulating foods. And regarding these issues and olive in general, EFSA had to do a lot, since many petitions have been submitted. Starting from fat, European Commission has authorized a certain health claim. I think it's almost the same here in US. It is replacing saturated with unsaturated fat. The health beneficial effects of vitamin E is well known, and squalene is in the reference list of EFSA. But the most well-known health claim, the most recent one, is related to olive oil biophenols, contributing to the protection of blood lipids from oxidative stress. If we read this claim, is used only for olive oil, which contains a certain amount of hydroxytyrosol derivatives in 20 grams of olive oil. This is the definition. However, I have some concerns, I would say, some things I would like to share with you. The term polyphenol is the first. It's a wrong term. As you saw already, there are diverse and different kind of compounds and they are not all polyphenols. This creates a confusion to the consumers. The expression is still unclear. What does it mean, oleurobiene complex? At least for a chemist, it's not very clear. What is hydroxytyrosol derivative? So we don't know yet, it's not clear which compounds are responsible, or EFSA took into account to give this claim. The third thing, issue is related to the interpretation of this claim. The claim is for all these constituents together, and not on particular ones, even if many compounds are really active, really interesting to go on. And because of all these problems, lack of clarity in terminologies, basically we have confusion also in practical problems in the lab, in analysis. So there is much confusion and opposite opinions among scientists as well. Which method to use? What's compound? There are several analytical methods around. Some are more sophisticated, some more basic, but you can hear discussions about sensitivity, accuracy, marker compounds, effectiveness, but regulatory issues are there. Which is the method that regulatory bodies should use for this to control? So far, there is one suggested by the National Alcohol Council, which is based on HPLC. For polyphenol measurements, of course, related to health claim. So, I will go now to introduce ourselves more and how we can contribute to this initiative. Our group is based on collaboration of Laboratory of Pharmacognosy and Natural Product Chemistry and Laboratory of Medicinal Chemistry of Department of Pharmacy, University of Athens. And since 1994 has focused on the research of natural product athletes as lead compounds under the leadership of Professor Skaltsounis. Our main goal is the discovery of natural products as lead compounds to be used as pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, cosmetics, or agrochemicals. Related to olive now, the last 20 years we have, this doesn't work I think, anyway. This is our workflow, starting from the materials here, related to olive, trying to end to the human studies, to the consumer. So the last years we are trying more to develop this part, and I will speak about this workflow later on in more details. So, what about the starting material? We don't work only on olive oil. Mainly, basically, yes, but not only. We are working on leaves, roots, also troops, and other products, like table olives. And what I would like to mention is something which is usually underestimated. And this concerns the olive byproducts, like table olive processing wastewater, olive pomace, or olive meal wastewater. This is sometimes an excellent source of olive bioactives, and you cannot, you can easily, or there are ways to obtain compounds with high added value. So, starting from extraction, we are fully equipped with different platforms for more specific or general extraction method according to the scope, of course, of the study. And after extraction, you have to go to separation and isolation and purification of the compound of interest. So we're equipped mostly with chromatography techniques to do so. But what I would like to highlight is that we can scale up, which means we isolate compound or extract not only for lab scale, but also in large scale. And this is how we do it with olive oil. Starting with the analytical, let's say, lab scale annular centrifugal extraction. We can scale up to pilot scale extraction. And this is a continuous process, which means we can process, we can treat high volumes of oil, and it's highly productive. Just to show you an idea, just some numbers, from 100 kilos of olive after centrifugal partition chromatography, the yield here is around 100 grams of polyphenol extract. We can obtain pure compounds like oleocanthal or oleacin. Of course, this depends on the composition of each oil. Sometimes we can isolate a glycos, for example. I will skip this just to make it short. We can isolate oleuropein from leaves, hydroxytyrosol from waste, and olive oil bioactives from extra virgin olive oil or olive oil. After that, we have structure elucidation identification. For analysis, we're working a lot on characterization of extracts, the replication of knowns, quality control, quantitation of olive bioactives in different matrices, and the last years on metabolomics, metabolism, and decay studies. This is very briefly what we do. When a sample comes in our lab, it is registered with its metadata, it is stored. I have to run, I think, and these are the different analyses that all the samples are subjected. Some, half of them, are for extracts, so we have first to extract the oils, and the others for native oils. This is, except from the first one, which are the established one, like Prolinkio Canto or HPLC-based suggested by IOC, we have developed two more. I will briefly describe this. It's based on HPLC again, and it's after hydrolysis. And the basic idea is, okay, let's take all the extract, hydrolyze it in acidic condition, and quantitate after all hydroxy or hydroxytyrosol, and this is connected to the health claim. So far, according to our studies, more than 17% of Greek oil satisfies this famous EFSA levels. And this is something we're working with Bruegel Tatonics last years, and it's about mapping of Greek oils using magnetic resonance mass spectrometry, flow ejection analysis, and multivariate data analysis. This is the application node we have together. So you can see it was possible to discriminate Greek oils based on geographical origin cultivation practice in both samples, both on working on extracts or on native oil. What is really interesting on this metabolomic approach is that it's LC-free and it's direct injection. So we need just 2.5 minutes of analysis time with limited sample preparation. The discriminant factors I mentioned already, it was possible with this metabolomic approach to determine specific molecule, statistically significant for each of these three discriminant factors under investigation. But what I think is really important is the last point, that it was possible to study the same analysis, the contribution of both minor polar compounds, like polyphenols, but also lipophilic compounds. So, this work is illustrated in several publications in scientific journals, presents international conferences. Many master and PhD students obtained their thesis working on olive oil. And of course, cannot be done without funding. So from 2000, we have participated in several research projects, national or European ones. Currently, we're running two national ones, the three last, and one under Horizon 2020, all related to olive. So, briefly, what we do, photochemistry, we can isolate compounds from olive bioactives from different sources in lab and large scale. We're working a lot and very intensively on analysis and quality control methods and our metabolomic approach based more on LCMS, high resolution MS approaches. Because we are pharmacists, we are very interested in biological evaluation, activity profile of compounds and extracts. But what we aspire, and actually maybe the reason that we are here, that we need strong and multidisciplinary collaboration for determination of the activity of these compounds, and olive oil and its compounds, utilization of our data, metabolomic data, because as you know, many samples, many data, we have more data, with other metabolomic databases, and why not with other omics data. I think that it's a really interesting approach for the future. Access to more EBU samples, and last but not least, why not to participate or to try to make all together a very well organized human study related to olive oil, a new maybe 7th country study. And my last slide is about our symposium, which is organized end of November in Athens, in Greece. It is under the umbrella of UPAC, and I would like to invite you all to be present. As you see, one of the topics of this is olive and olive oil. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Well, thank you. I'm still trying to digest all this information. At some point in a month, I'm going to digest most of it. Next up is Dimitris Kouretas, who's been involved in the discussions about this initiative from the beginning. He's going to talk about a couple of things. He comes from the University of Thessaly.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here with you today, and I want to thank Tassos and especially Vasilis for their effort to create this initiative, which is, I think, it will create benefits for many parties that will participate in this. Actually, I'm very happy, and I don't know, some of you will grow up in Greece, and when we were children, we grew up with a piece of bread, with olive oil, a tomato, and a piece of feta cheese. This is where our lunch or dinner or in every day, every time. And I'm very happy that this food now is again popular in many countries in the world. And I think this initiative will help to promote the healthy diet. I want to speak, I have two talks. One talk is about our work that we are doing in terms of the biological activity of olive oil, and the second talk is about the how we treat something which is not very popular, but it's a very, very big problem when we take olive oil, is the waste. We think that we have olive oil, which is a food, which is very important, but after that, almost 80% of what has olive drupe is waste, which is very, very dangerous for the environment. So I will describe what we have done in terms of an initiative that we have in the municipality of Delphi, together with the region of central Greece, which is the Delphi Grove, and how we see this thing, and what is our vision about Delphi Grove, and I hope that it will create an interest for the next discussion here, and for the other things that you want to do in this initiative. Okay, I will skip this because you know, and it's boring to say again things about olive oil. We know everything about that. And you know this, of course. Reactive oxygen species and oxidative stress. It's very popular. Okay. What is not known and came to our interest is that we know that olive oil is beneficial for health. And probably, I would say that most probably, the thing that has to do with the benefit is the polyphenols. But it's very difficult to give olive oil to cells and study what happens to the cells if they are exposed to olive oil, because 99.something% of the olive oil is lipids. So it's very difficult to give this kind of lipid content to cells because the cells cannot live. So what we have done is, together with the University of Athens in the School of Pharmacy, the group that presented a lot of experiments before me, we decided to isolate the polyphenol fraction from the olive oil, and then to have this material and have this as a starting material and give this to cells and study what is the effect of biological effect of the portion of the polyphenol compounds in different cells, and to characterize the effect in different cells and have an idea about the bioactivity of olive oil, and in particular the polyphenolic fraction. So you can see here that we used a lot of cell lines, and with this polyphenolic fraction, and you can see here some of our publications, you see here the procedure of isolation of polyphenolic fraction in collaboration with a group of professors Kaltsounis. And you see here that we have the composition of a polyphenolic fraction, and you see here the composition in hydrotyrosol, tyrosol, oleocanthal, oleacin, and this is the total amount. And you can see here the effect in different cell lines. This is an endothelial cell line, this is a myoblast, HeLa cells, and hepatic cells. And you can see the cytotoxicity. You can see that every cell line has a different profile. There are some cell lines which are more sensitive compared to the others, and this is logical. Not all the cells have the same sensitivity. And we study the effect of this polyphenolic fraction by flow cytometry to these cells. And also to some other markers, which is the protein oxidation with this method that you see here, and also the in lipid peroxidation marker, which is T-bars and MDA. And you see here the total results of all the cells in the cell redox status in different cell lines, and from the polyphenolic fraction. You can see here that in almost all the cell lines we have an induction of glutathione, which is something which is beneficial and is desirable. And also you can see that in some other markers, like reactive oxygen species, we don't see any big difference. In some we see. In lipid peroxidation, you can see also a decrease in almost all the cells, and also in MDA, and also in protein oxidation, even though there is it's not the same result, but in general they follow the same pattern. After that, we wanted to see what is the molecular effect, and especially as you know, and we know, that the effect of polyphenols from olive oil is most probably due to the activation of one nuclear transcription factor, which is NRF2. And you can see here the results in different cells. You see here the cascade of the events, and I won't go in detail because it's, for us it's very nice, but not for you. And you see here the sets of the genes that we studied. One set of the genes which studies the glutathione utilization with these genes, the production and regeneration of glutathione, which is very important in terms of the redox regulation into the cell. This is the thioredoxin production, regeneration, and utilization, which is a very important molecule in redox regulation, thioredoxin, and also some other individual enzymes which are very important in all the story of redox regulation. The protocol that we use is a quantitative PCR. We isolated mRNA and all of these things that we do to study gene expression. And you can see here in these different genes that I showed you today before, glutathione utilization, glutathione production and regeneration, detoxification, and all the other genes, in different cell lines, the results. You can see here the red is in endothelial cells, the green is myoblast cells, this is HeLa cells, and this is Hepzibah cells. And you can see that we have a great variation. We have a great variation in gene expression in different cell lines. And this is very important because we don't know now, even we or nor any other person not working with olive oil, what happens into individual cells, organs, and tissues which are exposed to olive oil, because it's very difficult to study. And this is the first approach to study this. As you saw, we gave to the cells the polyphenolic fraction. Otherwise, it was not possible to have an idea what happens. So, the conclusion at this point is that olive oil administration in cells improve their redox status in a cell-dependent manner. Polyphenols at highest concentration had a pro-oxidant effect, indicated that olive oil phenolic compounds can act not only as antioxidants, but also as pro-oxidants. And this is special interest for that, and maybe we'll discuss later. So, next goal was to take different olive oils from our country and isolate the polyphenolic fraction and see the composition. And according to composition, we divided the olive oils to 3 different categories. One category had higher hydroxytyrosol analogs. The second was the one that had higher tyrosol, higher composition, and the third, equal amounts. And look what happened. Concerning antioxidant activity, we found out that olive oils with high hydroxytyrosol activity were more potent in antioxidant activity. As you can see here, the less is higher activity. Concerning antimutagenic activity, also we noticed the same. Olive oils with high hydroxytyrosol content had higher antimutagenic activity, but if we went and studied with quantitative PCR the glutathione levels, we saw that the opposite, that olive oils with higher tyrosol activity, they promoted higher induction of glutathione compared to the others. That means that we have to do with something which is very, very complex. And in order to have an idea, we have to go further and give these extracts to cells and also to experimental animals, isolate tissues, isolate organs and do transcriptomic analysis, metabolomic analysis, lipidomic analysis, and proteomic analysis to find out what is the actual effect, because it's not, now I cannot predict what is the effect in health from different kinds of olive oils. And this is very important because we don't know yet the biological activity which is connected to the composition of olive oils. Okay, this is the first part of my talk. The second is that I told you we have a collaboration with the municipality of Delphi and the region of Central Greece in order to solve the problem of waste management, and especially in Delphi Olive Grove, which is a unique place in Earth. I am very happy if you visit this place in the future, and tomorrow we'll discuss about some thoughts that we have about this. As you can see, it is a protected area. It is around Delphi, and actually it has a lot of olive trees, and these olive trees are very important for the economy of this area, for the tourism, and also for a lot of other things which have to do with the history of the area, of Delphi, of Amphissa, and also of Greece. The cultivation is under these management systems, as you can see, and I want to go deeply in this because there are information which are very special, and they produce olive and also olive oils from a protected olive, which is very important for our economy, the olive of Amphissa. The management of environment, it can go to different initiatives, and you can see here some is the fire protection, the integration of Delphi Grove into the Delphic landscape as a value of being, as a hedonic and legacy value, which is important for our civilization and also for our nation as Greeks. And also tolerance of visitor groups, students of agricultural schools, environmental schools, archaeology, nutrition schools, and so on. And also one very important initiative, which I will speak the last 5 minutes of my talk. This is what I have, Tassos, more 5 minutes, okay? About the waste management. You see here some of the composition analysis of the waste that we have, which is very, very important and very, very dangerous for the environment, and this is because of the polyphenols. What we're supposed to have as a benefit for our health when we consume olive oil, this is a very big problem for the environment, because if we liberate polyphenols in the environment, this creates a lot of pollution and problems in the areas that we have this activity. So we study, skip this, and also skip, and we try to find which is the best way to treat this waste. And we have different kinds of solutions and business proposals, and from all of those, I think that according to our research results and study, is to transform the waste into feed for animals. And this is an example of what we have done. You can see here the feed. It is corn incorporated with the waste from this kind of activity. And why this solution is very important? Because it is very cheap. It can be done in any environment. It's the very, very low cost. And as you can see, the feed, it's a a set of publications. We have published more than 10 in the last 4 years. We gave this feed to chickens, to pigs, and to sheep. And we have found that it is very, very important for the improvement of their health, and also to improve their redox status. And most importantly, you can see here the results from different tissues and from different redox markers. And you can see here that it changes completely the profile of lipids, and you can see that we have a big difference, which is beneficial for the meat. This is from pigs, and you can see that in cardiac tissue and in the muscle of the pigs, it changes the ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 from 10 to 2. That means that it produces different meat, which is gourmet meat with very, very healthy characteristics. And this is something that I think that it's maybe it has some special interest also for the producers of the olive oil, because waste cannot anymore be into the environment, but can be transformed to a feed, like that I showed you with these results. You can see here some other things about the solution and the business proposal. And this is my group in my lab in the University of Thessaly in Larissa. It is very close to the place of Delphi. It's 1.5 hours by car. And I think that this initiative we can create a lot of interest in the next 1-2 years from both sides. One, from studying the biological activity of olive oil from this area, and also from another point of view, environmental protection, which has to do a lot with the School of Public Health in your school, because the waste cannot be anymore a problem to the environment. Thank you very much, and I will be here if you have some questions.
I'm going to borrow a quote from Alexandra. I don't know if she's here. We have all the oil. There's a lot to be done, and clearly the extension to what Dimitris is doing in what he showed with the feed, the potential is immense. So we'll continue our presentations. There's a couple more, or 3 more presentations before lunch. The next presentation is by Dr. Khalid El-Sayed from the University of Louisiana Monroe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join this meeting today. Thank you for nomination, for the invitation, and to attend this important meeting. You may have already noticed how passionate researchers presented today the results on the panel. And this is particularly true because olive is representing a very important part of the life of not only researchers, but also producers and entrepreneurships. For example, when I go home unhappy, my wife used to ask me what happened. The oxygen left of carbon today and oil consumption. So they are really affected with our interest in oil consumption. So ultimately, olive chemistry and therapeutic health are making significant attraction for more people due to the health claims. And interestingly, I believe, for example, in cancer, oleocanthal is as important as paclitaxel. Paclitaxel is #1 prescription drug in cancer. It's obtained from Pacific U tree, and it's an example for the success of natural products in oncology. So Olucancel is, in our opinion, as important as paclitaxel, and hopefully one day we will be able to convince FDA with this conclusion here. So initially, when we started working on olive oil some years ago, it was very difficult for us to isolate individual components. So the approved method by International Olive Oil Council is to mix olive oil with methanol and take this to reverse phase or fancy technology as we have seen today to get a little bit not very good yields of each compound. Chemists know it is devastating for olefenolics to touch methanol and as well as water, because there is a very good incidence or possibilities for hemiostabilization and acetylization of the aldehydes, which make like very difficult recovery for this compound intact. But interestingly, we tried to develop a cost-effective simplified method for purification of this compound. So initially we started with ultra-freezing and mixing with acetonitrile. Acetonitrile is a self-solvent to mix with olefenolics, and we were able to recover good samples or good recovery for olefenolics. But we still wanted to do more in terms of simplifying and environmental cost-effective method for isolation of olefenolics. We simply mixed olive oil with water and utilized two facts. First, most of the olefenolics contain aldehydes that will most likely react with water and get acetylized and become more polar and will go to water. Second, they have amphiphilic nature. They tend to go to hydrophilic solvent if there is any. And third, we have also good amount of oleic acid and oleic acid triglyceride in the oil itself that act as nano-emulsifiers. And interestingly, if you check quickly the oil with water and then take it onto sebabate resin, it will entrap phenolics and will get water quickly out. And then we can recover phenolics with acetone, which is an environmentally safe solvent. And then we can take the solvent, the acetone extract, and have a single isocratic column chromatography method on Cefadex LH20 with methylene chloride. We can get 100% pure. You can see this is the 1H NMR of Olucancel. We have almost more than 99% purity for Olucancel. So this method was very simple, patented by our group, and can provide kilogram scale of highly pure Olucancel for prospective future clinical trials and commercialization efforts. So that the goal of today's presentation on Olucancel and how it correlates with cancer is to highlight 3 different important targets that we believe Olucancel is targeting in cancer. And that's why we can use Olucancel for prevention, control, and anti-metastatic effects in selected types of cancer. So whenever we have these targets in selected cancer types, we can expect some good degree of sensitivity. The top of these targets is actually c-Met receptor tyrosine kinase. This is a transmembrane receptor tyrosine kinase that is very important for multiple types of cancer. You can see lung, breast, ovary, kidney, colon, gastric. Many cancer types are overactivated with this, have dysregulated HGF c-Met acts which is very important for their viability, survival, proliferation, migration, and motility. So CMET is a very important target. So we developed an computer-aided, we start with computer-aided modeling to identify the binding, the in silico affinity, and then go to cell-free assays, prove the hypothesis, the in silico hypothesis, and then continue further to cellular assays, and then end with in vivo activity. And by the way, most olefenolics show optimal or modest in vitro activity, but in vivo they show impressive activity. And this may justify the epidemiological studies that highlight the effect of consumption of small amounts of olefenolics on prevention of specific diseases, especially cognitive diseases and colon cancer. So here you can see Olucancel is binding very well. This is like kind of type 1 binding mode in which it is targeting both the activation loop and the Hange region in the CMET, in the kinase domain of the CMET. And then we tested it in cell-free assay to confirm the activity against the kinase domain of the CMET. Interestingly, it was also showing good activity against not only wild-type CMET, but also against multiple mutant CMET. So in cell assays, we started with breast cancer. We can see multiple activity against CMET-dependent breast cancer, specifically the triple-negative breast cancer is highly dependent on CMET, but the estrogen receptor and HER2 dependent also were sensitive because CMET is essential for them. You can see also downstream response inhibition for CMET, which may justify like previously reported targets in cancer for Olucancel, including, for example, Hedgehog protein, STAT3, and mTOR and others, are actually downstream inhibition due to the inhibition of the upstream transmembrane CMET receptor tyrosine kinase. We tested also the Olucancel in colon cancer and non-melanoma skin cancer, and in fact, the animal testing is progressing, and we see impressive activity because we select only the CMET-dependent malignancy type. The second major target for Olucancel that is also transmembrane receptor tyrosine kinase is HER2. HER2 is important for several tumors, not only in breast cancer. There are several tumors, including colon and lung cancer. We again tested the activity in silico, show a perfect binding mode that is matching actually the targeted therapies, including labatinib and gefitinib. In addition, we tested the ability of Olucancel to inhibit the dimerization. The HER family receptor tyrosine kinase are very well reputed of homo and heterodimerization for activation, subsequent activation. And so Olucancel was not acting on the extracellular domain proved by the surface plasmon resonance. But in cell-free assays, Olucancel was potently inhibiting HER2 kinase domain activity, and consequently in cell culture assays, and as proved by Western protocol of cell cultures, cell lysates. The third major target we propose for Olucancel, for which we should select our tumor type to sensitive for Olucancel, is estrogen receptors. Estrogen receptors are essential key players in multiple cellular types. They are cross-talking with receptor tyrosine kinases, specifically HER2 and CMET. So we have a team. We have like two transmembrane receptor tyrosine kinase, and we have cellular core targets, estrogen receptors. We clearly, as usual, we started with in silico binding, perfect binding mode as matching, in fact, the 17-beta estradiol, the natural ligand of the estrogen alpha structure. In cell culture, we see very good activity for Olucancel in mitogen-free media, and not in estradiol-containing mitogenic amounts of estradiol, because it counteracts the effect and provides enough estrogen activity. But in cell culture assays, we can see very good activity even for inhibition of the expression of estrogen receptor alpha level. In immunocytochemistry, that the concept was true. In presence of estradiol, we have very limited activity, but in absence of mitogenic estradiol, we can see significant activity or inhibition for the estrogen receptors. Then we continued on testing Oleucancel in vivo in multiple models in different types of tumors containing or dependent on our provoked targets. This is the first model. This is just an orthotopic xenograft model against triple-negative breast cancer, in which you can see impressive activity for Oleucancel. We started using Oleucancel in intraperitoneal injection 3 times a week because we were worried about the oral stability, because we are always sensitive about the sensitivity of olephenoids. So we started 3 times a week, 10 milligram or 5 milligram per kg was showing impressive activity. You can see more than 90% tumor growth inhibition of the triple-negative breast cancer, because this is the most dependent tumor malignancy, breast tumor malignancy on c-Met. Impressive activity translated into pharmacodynamic effect inhibiting the active form of c-Met. In Western blotting and in immunohistochemistry, you can see impressive inhibition of Ki67 and CD31, the markers of viability and vascularity. Another model that is containing HER2 and estrogen receptors is the in vivo BT474. We started using Oleucancel oral 5 milligram and 10 milligram. This is a very small dose for natural products or dietary supplement, because if you targeted therapies are used at 50 milligram per kg doses. This is a standard therapeutic dose. So you can see 5 milligram, 10 milligram Oleucancel oral impressively inhibiting the HER2 ER dependent breast cancer. Similarly, we tested the activity of Oleucancel in HER2 c-Met dependent lung cancer, the A549 in tail vein. You can see impressive activity inhibition for Oleucancel in lung cancer, because also our targets are there. We considered then Oleucancel as a prospective chemosensitizer for multiple targeted therapies and chemotherapeutics. You can see impressive chemosensitizing synergistic activity for Oleucancel with tamoxifen against breast cancer. We reduced the effective dose of tamoxifen 12-fold in certain phenotypes of breast cancer. The same is true for combining Oleucancel with fulvestrant. This is also an estrogen modulator. We reduced the effective dose of fulvestrant up to 130-fold its effective dose. This clearly can save the patient, in fact, the hassle of morbidity of off-target effect of targeted therapies. Another example for combination therapy, combination study is with labatinib, a targeted therapy. We reduced the dose of labatinib, which is highly hepatotoxic targeted therapy, to 1/4, showing impressive activity in this model. We designed a nice model for assessment of anti-recurrence activity of Oleucancel. We xenografted the tumor into the animal and leave it until it is palpable, detectable for in the range of 200 to 500 millimeter volume. And then we surgically excise the primary tumor, and to continue treatment with Oleucancel. Oleucancel was showing impressive activity in inhibiting tumor recurrence. Not only Oleucancel by itself, we also inhibited recurrence after the intake of the use of new adjuvant therapies of paclitaxel and labatinib. So clearly, Oleucancel was a potent recurrence inhibitor, and this is very important because there are 3 million women that are cancer survivors, and they don't have any option, and recurrence for them is nightmare of their life. So this is a study in which we assessed the level of the breast tumor marker 15A3. Only Oleucancel treated groups showed subnormal, sub-zero levels of this particular tumor marker, unlike those treated with the vehicle control, even with paclitaxel or labatinib. Finally, we tested the activity of oleocancel in transgenic model, impressive activity for delay of latency, inhibition of secondary tumor formation, and 100% success in inhibition of pulmonary metastasis. This model showed 90% tumor metastasis. Oleocancel was 100% successful in preventing tumor metastasis. Finally, we developed the oral doses, like oral formulations for oleocancel that we believe with masked testing, we have seen today studies on oleocancel, how pungent, how bitter taste, how inconvenient is to use oleocancel in clinical trials or oral dosage form. We developed 3 different formulations with masked testing. You can see here the comparison between X1 and X2 is the comparison between artificial saliva and oleocancel in water. There is good discrimination between both of them, but in comparing between X3, X4, and X5, X5 is a placebo. There is very limited discrimination between them, which indicates successful test masking. The same is true also for X6 and X7. X7 is a placebo, and X6 is oleocancel medicated formulation. We were successfully developing test masked oleocancel formulations for potential future clinical trial and future partnership. In conclusion, we are very happy also to be here in Yale Olive Oil Center initiative. We look forward to future partnership and collaboration, and ultimately it will motivate more interaction and collaboration at different levels. We look forward for future clinical trial development. And in conclusion, we exist in North Louisiana. We develop important or relevant anti-cancer activities for the applications for oleocancel. We propose specific molecular targets. These are very important for the NECI for future funding to know the specific target of any future prospective funded candidate. Oleocancel can be used as dietary supplement for chemosensitizing tumors to reduce the targeted therapies and the chemotherapies. Oleocancel can be commercializable functional food. And finally, Yale University Olive Center will be ultimately a very important initiative for enhancing collaboration and partnership in olive oil research. Thank you for your
Next, we have Mark Dewey from Auburn.
Okay, hello everyone. First, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing such an important event that is specifically kind of focusing on extra virgin olive oil and related compounds, I believe. Okay, so for me, I do work in the Department of Drug Discovery and Development. So obviously, I do work in the area of drug discovery and development in the area of neurological diseases. And I do focus in the area specifically on the Alzheimer's disease. So maybe now when we talk about Alzheimer's disease, we know until now we have no treatment for Alzheimer's disease. And obviously, it is a very complex disease. And in order to find a treatment or kind of, I'll not say a treatment, maybe the best way is to say to prevent it, and maybe we can say to slow it or to delay the onset. And with that being said, so obviously the best thing that we think about is maybe diet. So, and part of the diet here that is the focus of today's symposium, which is extra virgin olive oil. So we have an interest in extra virgin olive oil because obviously multiple studies in the literature showed that, and for me, being myself from the Mediterranean region, and it is included in my food every day. So, and I hear about it, and I read about it as a scientist. We read literature, and we found multiple epidemiological studies that are talking about how extra virgin olive oil actually can enhance cognitive function and improve it. So with that being said, maybe first I want to talk about Alzheimer's disease, the pathology of Alzheimer's disease, and how extra virgin olive oil as well as oleocancel can can work against this disease. So what is Alzheimer? Now, when we talk about Alzheimer disease, it is a progressive, it is a neurological disease. It is a very complex disease that is characterized with a progressive impairment in the cognitive function, and that can result at the end in dementia. Now, with regard to the pathology of Alzheimer, it is associated with multiple hallmarks. As we can see here, you will find that it is some of the hallmarks are beta amyloid plaques that are deposited in the brain parenchyma, as well as at the microvessels of the brain. Beside that, we have what are known the neurofibrillary tangles, or tau hyperphosphorylation, and those tangles actually they are depositing in the brain, in the neuronal cells of the brain, and their deposition also can result in toxicity to the neuronal cells and thus can result in death. Beside that, and which is the main focus of the research in my lab, now we talk about the microvessels of the brain, those which is part of the blood-brain barrier, and the blood-brain barrier is very important to maintain brain homeostasis, as well as to protect the brain in a way that remove toxins by clearance, as well as kind of limit the access of whatever available in the blood to have access to the brain. So which means actually it provides protection against unwanted molecules to enter the brain and removal of toxins or waste products. So with Alzheimer's disease, you will find that this blood-brain barrier is actually disrupted. And with this disruption can be associated with results in neuroinflammation, in which that astrocytes become inflamed, and in a phenomenon called astrogliosis, as well as this also can contribute to the neurodegeneration and neuronal death. Beside that, we are talking about oxidative stress. Also, Alzheimer's disease is associated with oxidative stress, and this collectively can result in a neuronal loss via synaptic loss and neuronal loss, and eventually can result in the death of the neurons and cognitive impairment. So as you can see here, obviously, it is a complex disease. You cannot find one target that you need to develop a drug against. So that being said, obviously, we are looking about something that can target collectively these mechanisms. Maybe by targeting one can lead to the next, right? So if you treat one thing, this can affect the other mechanism and eventually can treat it. So obviously, we are talking about a complex disease that requires multi-targeting. Now, talking about multi-targeting, we came to extra virgin olive oil. Now, when we talk about extra virgin olive oil, maybe we need to focus a little bit on the composition, where for extra virgin olive oil, about 50% is what is known as the non-glycerol fraction that represent the phenolic compounds. These phenolic compounds, one of these phenolic compounds is the compound of oleocanthal that we heard many talking about today. And actually, oleocanthal, as Catherine mentioned, that it is the compound, the phenolic compound that is in the extra virgin olive oil responsible for the bitter and pungent taste of evil. So again, oleocanthal, it has a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory characteristic similar to that of ibuprofen. So knowing all this information that is presented here, we wanted to study the preclinical effect of extra virgin olive oil as well as the phenolic compound oleocanthal against Alzheimer's disease. So we used it in prevention mode as well as in a treatment mode. So what we did here is we added extra virgin olive oil to mice diet. And when we talk about mice here, those are the mice that have characteristic of Alzheimer's, which means those are transgenic mice for Alzheimer's disease. We just keep in mind the hallmarks that we mentioned in the first slide. So what we found compared to purified or refined olive oil, extra virgin olive oil was able to enhance the intactness of the blood-brain barrier, which means enhance the integrity, which means it enhances the protection of the brain from unwanted molecules entering into the brain, as well as removal of wasted products. So, in addition to that, now here the green color represents the beta amyloid, which is the hallmark of Alzheimer's disease. So what you can see here with refined olive oil in the transgenic mouse model, that beta amyloid actually is highly deposited in the brain, And with the treatment of extra virgin olive oil, you can see that the significant reduction in beta amyloid deposition in the brain. Now, looking at this data, we were really impressed, and we wanted to see what is the mechanism. Of course, I will not go through the mechanisms that we evaluated. However, kind of representation here, very important for us to remember when we talk about beta amyloid. Beta amyloid, it is produced in the brain in addition to other parts of the body. However, in the brain, it is produced from a protein called APP, or amyloid precursor protein. So this protein actually, it goes toward two pathways. One is called the amyloidogenic pathway that produces beta amyloid, and the other one, which is the non-amyloidogenic pathway that is away from beta amyloid production, that can result in the production of what is known as alpha APP, and this one has a neuroprotection capacity. So what we found that, with mechanistic studies, we found that actually extra virgin olive oil was able to enhance the clearance of beta amyloid. So clearance, which means it was able to upregulate and increase the expression of multiple proteins that are important for the removal of beta amyloid, either degradation enzymes as well as transport proteins. Besides that, we found that extra virgin olive oil also was able to enhance the non-amyloidogenic pathway. So it affected the production of beta amyloid by decreasing its production and kind of favored more the non-amyloidogenic pathway. So it increased this pathway on the expenses of the beta amyloid production pathway. So increased the clearance as well as reduction in the production of beta amyloid was associated with extra virgin olive oil consumption. Now, then next we ask the question, what about using extra virgin olive oil as a medical food? So what we did here to the same mice, we wanted to compare its effectiveness against one of the drugs that are used for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Of course, it doesn't treat the disease as much as it relieves symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, because until now we don't have a treatment for Alzheimer's disease. So we compared refined olive oil with extra virgin olive oil to that of donepezil, which is an anticholinesterase inhibitor that is used for Alzheimer's disease patients. And then we studied also the combination. So compared to, so for donepezil compared to extra virgin olive oil, you can see that it mildly reduced production of, or increased clearance of beta amyloid. However, that was not similar or much less than the effect of extra virgin olive oil, and you can see that the combination of donepezil and extra virgin olive oil rather enhanced this effect further. So in addition to this, also we found that, as I showed you in the previous slide, compared to donepezil here, you can find that extra virgin olive oil addition to donepezil regimen that enhanced the production of the protective non-amyloidogenic pathway compared to the production pathway of beta amyloid. So obviously the addition of extra virgin olive oil to donepezil regimen was further enhanced further the effectiveness of donepezil. And then we wanted to see also, we mentioned neuroinflammation as one of the hallmarks of Alzheimer's disease. So what we found here that addition of extra virgin olive oil compared to the control, purified or refined olive oil and donepezil, we found that actually extra virgin olive oil alone or in combination was able to reduce neuroinflammation represented by astrogliosis. So it reduced the neuroinflammation as well as it reduced the production of certain cytokines that are important or kind of play a role in the neuroinflammation in the brain as a characteristic of Alzheimer's disease brain. Besides that, we found that, which was not caused by donepezil, we didn't see this effect of donepezil. However, EVO that contributed to, when added to donepezil, contributed to increasing the acting as antioxidant, so it can also work against oxidative stress. However, interestingly, that the addition of EVO to donepezil regimen, actually it didn't interfere with the main mechanism of donepezil, which is acting as acetylcholinesterase inhibitor. So we could see that donepezil maintained its activity as acetylcholinesterase inhibitor, and of course when we added EVO, this activity was not altered. And with that being said here, so we can see that addition of extra virgin olive oil actually to an Alzheimer's disease drug that are currently prescribed for Alzheimer's patients, this can increase the effectiveness of the drug by adding to the non-cholinergic activity of Alzheimer's of donepezil, and this can provide targeting cholinergic pathway as well as the anticholinergic pathway as well. So all those studies that I showed was more related to the use of extra virgin olive oil as prevention. So the next question was, what about if we want to use it as treatment? So in this study, what we did, we started treating these animals after the pathology started of Alzheimer's disease. So what we did, we added extra virgin olive oil to the mice diet for 3 months, and what we found that compared to the refined olive oil, that the addition of extra virgin olive oil significantly reduced beta amyloid in the hippocampus as well as in the cortex. In addition, which is consistent with the prevention studies, which is actually very interesting because sometimes we say that after starting the pathology, sometimes it is difficult to treat the disease. However, extra virgin olive oil addition to mice diet was able to reduce the pathology, represented here by beta amyloid, as well as reduced neuroinflammation. Now, with that being said, very important, we want to see the final outcome of such addition, right? So, extra virgin olive oil, it enhanced reduced the pathology and cleaned the brain. However, this is associated with improvement in the cognitive function. So we performed behavioral studies here in these mice that were fed with extra virgin olive oil, and according to our results, we showed that treating Alzheimer's disease model mice with extra virgin olive oil actually was significantly improved the memory function as determined by decreasing the latency to target as well as the distance to target. So we were able to show that reduction in the pathology was associated also with enhancement in the cognitive function. So this summary here, it summarized the effectiveness of extra virgin olive oil with regard that it enhanced blood-brain barrier tightness, it reduced the production of beta amyloid, enhanced the clearance by multiple mechanisms, so collectively reduced beta amyloid load, decreased tau hyperphosphorylation, neuroinflammation, increased antioxidant capacity, and eventually increased the memory function. Now, currently, we were fortunate to receive a grant, internal grant from the university to perform and conduct a clinical study, pilot clinical study for the effect of extra virgin olive oil in mild cognitive impairment subjects. And in these studies, we are going to study the effect of extra virgin olive oil consumption on brain function, on the cognitive function, as well as to follow up with few biomarkers. Now, since we are interested in extra virgin olive oil, we are also interested in the phenolic compound, which is oleocanthal. Consistently with extra virgin olive oil, when oleocanthal given to mice, we found that it enhanced the integrity of the blood-brain barrier. It also significantly reduced beta amyloid by increasing its clearance. In addition, it has an anti-inflammatory effect, and we found that actually the reduction in beta amyloid was also associated with a reduction in neuroinflammation, as can be seen here with reduction in astrogliosis and in the cytokines. And with that being said, so as a summary, oleocanthal increased blood-brain barrier tightness and function, increased A-beta clearance through different mechanisms, thus it decreased A-beta load and reduced neuroinflammation. And based on our results with oleocanthal, actually we were able to secure funding that allow us to further study oleocanthal and understand the mechanism as well as effect on memory function, in addition to disposition studies via pharmacokinetic studies. Now, based on our results from oleocanthal work, Dr. Said and myself, in addition to a group of scientists, we were able to create a company called Oleolive. And for Oleolive, actually, it's the company actually main mission is to develop oleocanthal as a product, and hopefully for next step as commercialization, And we were successfully recently that we received an SBIR grant that will allow us to further go with our research with Oleocanthal and hopefully for commercialization future. Now, future directions, visions in the world of olive oil, obviously very important for us. When we talk about being as a scientist, we always talk about evidence. So we need evidence in order to convince consumers. We ourselves as scientists, we need to convince ourselves first, and then so we can translate this to the consumers. So as soon we have research that is based on evidence, we certainly will have easier that in order to convince the consumers. So we are looking forward for more clinical studies in order to understand more mechanisms and see the effect of EVO in Alzheimer's patients. And also we are looking to develop Oleocanthal in addition maybe to other phenolic compounds that are existing in the extra virgin olive oil as nutraceuticals or for that kind help in deriving therapeutic drugs as well. Now, when it comes to expectation and vision for Yale Olive Oil Center, we do believe that the use of extra virgin olive oil as medical food is a convincing argument. However, it's not up to us. Obviously, we need to convince the regulatory institutes, right? So I think it is very important here that in order to convince the FDA, other regulatory institutions, very important that we produce more data, more evidence. And when we talk about evidence, yes, preclinical studies are important to understand mechanisms and how to move forward, but we certainly need to translate this into a human and into clinical studies, especially when we talk about extra virgin olive oil. It is food, for God's sake, right? I think it is easier to convince people and subjects or patients with any disease, cancer or Alzheimer's disease, to add it to their diet. And I think this is our mission that should be evidence, research, evidence, and this will be our convincing argument to the consumers and hopefully also to the regulatory institutions. And I think this is my last slide. Of course, I would like to thank you all, and I cannot just leave without acknowledging my lab members as well as to the collaborators and the funding agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really a fascinating study. And I just would like to mention that a couple of days ago, it was published that Mediterranean diet can prevent from depression as well. So, and of course, as you know, a big part of the Mediterranean diet is the olive oil. Okay, so we're moving ahead of schedule. Okay, and with that, I would like to invite Diomidis Logothetis, professor, and he's going to talk to us about specific activation of bitter taste receptors by olive oil phenolics.